Dear all, we welcome you to the Realty Plus Indian Digital Excellence Awards Virtual Conclave 2022, which is just about to start. The event is also live on Realty Plus website, Realty Plus Facebook, and Realty Plus LinkedIn pages. So do check out these pages. Dear all, let me also inform you that today's knowledge sharing conclave will be followed by the Realty Plus Indian Digital Excellence Awards 2022 presentation tomorrow evening starting at 4 p.m. So don't forget to log in on the same link to join in the celebrations and cheer the winners as they sashay the virtual red carpet tomorrow. So while our eminent speakers of the day are joining backstage, in the meanwhile, let's take a look at this AV. Welcome back, everyone, and thanks for joining us today for this very first edition of Realty Plus Indian Digital Excellence Awards Virtual Conclave 2022. This summit will have the presence of the gurus of digital marketing to deliberate on the creative convergence of technology and information that is changing communication and customer engagement across sectors and industries. I'm Sapna Srivasa, editor Realty Plus, and let's begin the proceedings of the day with the auspicious Ganesh Mantra.
Vakratunda Mahakaya Suryakoti Samaprabha Nirvignam Kurume Deva Sarvakaryeshu Sarvada.
On that positive note, as is the custom, let's take a look at the brief introduction of Realty Plus. Can we have the AV, please?
Some people are born to show the world which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that by showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis. By showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen, it happens by design, by pushing the boundaries, by raising the bar. It's days of creating a vision and nights of bringing it to life. Knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct and finishing what you started. For the past 17 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities, keeping the industry informed on the latest developments. Innovating to inspire debate and discussion. Bringing forth the perspectives of industry leaders. Honoring hard work and achievement. Keeping the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus, and we lead the way.
So this was a brief snippet of what Realty Plus does and what are our latest initiatives. To know us better, do get in touch with Ms. Tripti Kedia, publisher and business head Realty Plus. We also take this opportunity to thank our organization for its support, business media partner, BW Business World Media Group, online media partner, exchangeformedia.com, and organized by Team Realty Plus. Let me also remind you once again that the event is being live streamed right now on Realty Plus website, that is www.rprealtyplus.com, and Realty Plus Facebook and LinkedIn pages. Another important information, let me repeat that Realty Plus, while continuing with its online webinars, has also started its on-ground events, and our upcoming event will be held on June 24th in the city of Ahmedabad, Gujarat. So we hope to see you soon in person in Ahmedabad. But coming back to the virtual event of today, the theme of this year's Indian Digital Excellence Awards and Conclave is Scaling New Heights. And rightly so, friends. During the last 2 years of COVID, we have witnessed the rise of digital marketing as one of the key measures for the businesses to survive and grow in the new normal. In fact, year 2020 saw a big shift in the way people consumed information, witnessing a considerable rise in the number of app downloads globally. Good news for digital marketing agencies indeed, but it also means that with people becoming more accustomed to the digital platforms, the more discerning they will be. So this conclave today brings together marketeers from various domains to share their knowledge, debate, and learn from each other's experiences. From getting creative and building new ways of digital relationships with customers to effectively landing new prospects and nurturing existing relationships for lead generations, as also how to push the envelope in content strategy and how to find perfect middle ground between cracking client briefs and achieving huge organic reach with massive viral results. Yes, we will be discussing it all right here. So without further ado, let's begin the Realty Plus Indian Digital Excellence Awards Virtual Conclave 2022. And let me also remind you once again, do not forget to join us tomorrow for Realty Plus Idea Awards 2022 starting 4 p.m., felicitating the good work, good organizations, and the individuals in the field of marketing that is digital. So for today, let's begin with the e-conclave with the first session of the day on the topic digital marketing, the craft of making the most of online presence. The session will be chaired by Mr. Srinivasan Subramanian, Executive Director, Concept Ambience. With over 25 years experience in the field of marketing and communication, Srinivasan Subramaniam has worked in the Middle East with TBWA. Currently, he's part of the top management at Concept Ambience, which is the developers, and earlier Srinivasan was with SNN Builders as CEO and contributed for the brand's growth in Bangalore. Srinivasan likes to connect and collaborate with people interested in advertising, communication, and marketing. So this is our moderator of the session. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Subramaniam. And now let me introduce our speakers in an alphabetical order. I welcome our speaker, Ankit Saraf, founder, Meraki Digital. Ankit has more than 11 years of experience working with leading marketing agencies in London and with international brands. In 2016, he started Meraki, a full-service digital agency in Eastern India. Ankit brings in technical knowledge, pitching expertise, and technical skills at Meraki and has worked for both international and national clients. Our next panel member, I introduce Mr. Phanindra Jain, founder and digital creative head at Shreyans Innovations. With more than 15 years of rich experience, Phanindra hails from the Classic School of Marketing and Communications. As an advertising writer, he brings a unique advantage to digital creativity, and his earlier professional stints were as senior writer with JWT Creative Group, head McCann Bangkok, and as creative director at TBWA Vietnam. Our next panel member, I introduce Mr. Govind Rai, co-founder Insomniacs Blueprint and Realty X. Govind Rai has over 10 years of experience in real estate consulting with wide array of services. He has helped brands optimize their media costs by focusing on digital media, and his company Insomniacs is the only agency in India which specializes in automated marketing, mix modeling for real estate to drive best ROI for his clients with the help of data analytics, AI, and machine learning. Our next eminent panel member, let me introduce Mr. Mukesh Bharadwaj, co-founder and CEO OI Marketer. Mukesh Bhardwaj, with more than a decade of experience, leads a team of young enthusiasts who are crazy for anything digital, be it social media optimization, search engine marketing, or web designing, or anything digital. The company works with real estate channel partners and builders to fulfill their advertising needs and make real estate business grow by making use of their expertise. Our next and final member is Mr. Samrat Tiwari, Director of Webza. Samrat Tiwari heads Webza, an independent modern digital agency formed by professionals who have more than a decade of experience in digital arena. He believes in solving real-world problems using technology and marketing. Webza's in-house design studio creates customized solutions for brands in addition to providing services from lead generation, social media optimization, and search engine optimization to web design and development and video creation. So this is our eminent experts for this discussion. Mr. Subramaniam, let me hand it over to you now to carry forward the conversation.
Thank you, Sapna. Really appreciate for inviting all of us. As I had already sent out a mail to all the panelists, this is one of the most, I think, experienced and elite panel with a huge background in digital. And I'm sure by the end of the day, each one of you will definitely carry home something and then try to do whatever you guys are doing. It will try to help you to enhance. Basically, because I am one of the fortunate media arts and advertising background guy who witnessed the big evolution of communication and marketing. I still remember early days of, from a black and white 20:3 bromides to color separations, which was sent to Singapore to fetch to Bahrain, and dominant of print, TVC, cinema ads, to sampling events, to direct marketing efforts, and of course now to shift to the complete new age digital revolution. So I'm one of the fortunate ones, because I always believe that if you're a media arts and advertising person, you should keep on evolving yourself to whatever is happening around you, and then only then you can catch up with all these youngsters and then try to package whatever you're doing and come out with something really great solutions. To start with, the whole plethora of digital options sometimes confuses the marketeers where to put their money, when they should plan their marketing strategies. Everyone's standard question is, why do we need to focus on so many different digital marketing strategies? And the list of questions is endless. And you guys have faced all these things throughout in your experience, because from the profile of all you guys, I see that you all have either co-founded or maybe a CEO or one of the top level things. To start with, I'll pose my first question to Phanindra. He is the digital creative head with Shreyans Innovations with agency background. And he is ex-TBWA also. He had worked in various agencies, but he has got some amazing experience in terms of being one of the disruption policy of TBWA. I'm sure that Phanindra will just help us sort out a few of the questions. Phanindra, since we both are from the house of disruptors, we always believe that doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results to come out is definitely an insanity. So we first creatively disrupt, then we connect with our target audience. I just want to know that with so much of fragmentation happening in the media front, the digital being the front runner, I still remember print and outdoor used to be kind of a tactical and the rest others used to be digital. Now the whole thing has reversed. People don't even advertise in Times of India. They focus more in digital. So I just wanted to ask, as I feel most of the developers tend to put a happy family by the poolside and a picnic basket and expect results to happen. So creatively, what should all the real estate guys do? I know that tell all truth is the right approach, but that's not happening because I'm with SNN for the past 12 years. So with your experience, you might have definitely worked with a couple of real estate companies. If you can tell us how we should approach this I request all the panelists to be crisp and short so that everybody gets a fair chance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Srini. Thank you for just kind of summarizing where we are with the state of your digital marketing for real estate. So my thoughts on creative for social media and creative for digital. I think real estate is approached not with a long-term mindset of brand building, right? It is done to quickly get sales for a project, for a particular project. And that project could span for a period of 2 years. If 80% is sold over a period of 2 years, then that's the period of the campaign, right? And because real estate is not a frequent purchase, there are three digital objectives primarily for a campaign, right? It's awareness, penetration, and remarketing. So for all of these digital objectives, I think the creative should be true to platform and true to the objective. Because a consumer is in a very different mindset when he is on LinkedIn. He's in a very different mindset when he's on Instagram. He's in a very different mindset when he's looking at videos on YouTube, right? So it flows. I mean, the content or the creative needs to flow from the digital objective, then the platform, and then the creative. I mean, if you go that route, then that's the right way to approach what creativity will be on digital. Overall, all communication needs to have a strong, big idea or a campaign idea, the way it brings out the emotion and humanizes the brand or the product. So I think that will never die. That will never fade away. That will always be there. That's how it always has to be approached.
Okay, thank you, Fanindra. Just let me move on to Mukesh. I think again he has got a real estate firm which takes care of, a digital firm which takes care of the real estate part of it. In real estate, how much time will we need to be invested to help digital marketing effort or improve my Google rankings? How often do we need to evaluate this in this overdosed digital world? How can I help track the progress and return on investment of my digital campaign, and how to improve that if my campaign is not producing results? So how do I now evaluate that? I know that on a daily basis, everybody is doing this. If you can just throw some light on this, it would help the audience. Thank you. You're muted, Mukesh. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Srinivasanji. In digital marketing, the best part is whenever we feel like if something is not working, we can change it. So in digital marketing, the ROI earlier, like few years back, the 10x ROI was not a big deal, but now there's too much competition. There are competition between CPs, there are competition between CPs and builders. So now the ROI generating from 5x to 10x is a big deal. So if you are campaigning something and something is not working, we can change it in like 15 days, 7 days is like trial. If something is not working, we can keep changing it. It's not like this is not predefined if you are running campaign.
Thank you very much. You have anything more to say, Mukesh ji?
And yeah, you asked about the online presence, how much time it takes for ranking. So it depends on SEO and our competition. At least we should give 3 months for to see results in SEO, search engine optimization.
Okay, I just want to say also that this entire experience is, since everybody is involved in digital, it's not just restricted to real estate. We talk about overall the digital platform, how does it help every marketeers from the different verticals. So I'm posing my next question to Ankit. You have associated with some of the famous brands in FMCG, entertainment, King of Beers, and growing legacies for Sanjeev Goenka. So you have a huge experience with a wide variety of brand representation you have done. Please tell us, with numerous marketing strategy options to adopt, how does a marketeer decide and adopt a strategy that will make his brand and product stand out? And what are the key considerations and what are the common mistakes the brand custodians make when developing a digital marketing strategy? Over to you. Ankit.
Just one second. Yeah, I hope you can hear me. And
Yeah,
thank you for the question.
Please.
I personally believe in working with a lot of brands. There is no one size fits all, and each industry, brand, product, or service, the marketing completely differs. Of course, being in the field, we've all been in the field for so many years, so we of course have our own expertise in terms of what we think might work for a brand, and that's where we go in. But I believe for any brand in the beginning, it's about unlearning and unlearning to learn. Particularly, you need to unlearn what you have learned, and then basically look at how you can do it for the particular brand. And everything you try might not work. That's what I think Mukesh also pointed out, that you have to change things 7 days, 15 days, or whatever is not working, you can change. So to be very honest, there is no particular strategy that you can follow for a particular brand. Of course, with our expertise, we come in that this is what might work, but of course, at times that doesn't, because each product differs. And I personally feel that we all need to experiment for some time, and we'll see common trends as to what is working and what is not working. And that's how we decide what brand strategy should be. And once we kind of see, what is working in particular for that particular brand or service, then we kind of put our money on that end, and we invest our content efforts into that end. Some common mistakes, what I think that brand owners or marketers, when developing their digital marketing strategy, make is a lot of times we don't put ourselves in the TG shoes, even though that's what we tell clients about. And, that's what we suffer most of the time, that what happens is we think that, whether we like it or not, and whether the client will like it or not. But at the end of it, we have to think from a audience perspective. And more often than not, a lot of times what happens is we discount ideas even before we try it. So that's something that I personally believe, that there is no idea. Everyone probably concur that there is no bad idea. Even some ideas which take you 2 minutes to think are actually really good ideas. So that's one thing. And of course, the other thing is, as marketers, as clients, we get really impatient and we are not consistent. So, a lot of times clients come to us and they tell us that, we've done something, we've done it for 1 month, 2 months, we're not seeing results. Let's cancel this and let's start from scratch again. Whereas we've also seen that clients are consistent for 3 or 6 months, they often see results. So being consistent is really key, and not getting impatient is there, of course. So yeah.
I really love the way you said the impatience. The impatience and the sleepless nights are born with the marketeers and the ad guys, I think so. And the sip of coffee you just now had relieves you a bit, but overall, I think so. You have summed it up very nicely. The next person I'm going to ask a question is Mr. Govind Rai. He is co-founder of Insomaniacs, Blueprint, Realty, 4,000. He has done some 4,800 crore sales, he had made them achieve it. I think really bravo for somebody to do that. I think he deserves a big appreciation in whatever he is doing, and then definitely share with us how he made that. At least let people make at least 10-20% of that, they would be very happy. So welcome, Mr. Rai, and sometime you should think about moving to Bangalore, do a startup. Maybe, you have a partner sitting just opposite to you. You can come to me and ask for it, and then let's do something great in Bangalore as well. So the question I have is, since you are the only company that has specialized in automated marketing mix modeling for real estate to get the best ROI, and you help your clients with the data analytics and AI and machine learning, tell us more on this front, because it's very new as far as real estate is concerned. Still, people prefer to put that full page ad and expect some 1,000 calls to come, and then 20% of it should be footfall and 10% should be converted, which is not happening these days. And if you can tell these new techniques, how it can benefit all the real estate, because Realty Plus is focusing on that. I know that there are other brands also listening to this webinar. So please throw some light on that so we all can be benefited, including me.
Sure, sir. Srini sir, first thing, we are already in Bangalore, so I will definitely come there whenever I'm visiting my Bangalore office. So
love you, man. When can I move in then?
You're free to move in anytime, sir. And coming back to the question that you asked for. So, sir, unlike other panelists here who are very smart and they know a lot in the digital space across all the ecosystems and FMCG, I unfortunately knew only one vertical where I grew in, which is real estate. So whatever knowledge I could acquire in digital space, I started imparting to the same. The only difference between other platforms or agencies or us that we tried to create was we wanted to focus more on the ROI side. As Mukesh mentioned, when he was talking about 10x ratios, I believe these are the parameters we use majorly for the e-commerce, right? We have 1:10 returns when we are able to give. In real estate, our simple thumb rule is 1:50. We have to give a 50x return on every 1 rupee that we spend. Then only, which is a basically 2% acquisition cost for inventory that we are selling. So with that thumb rule, we have to operate. And when we started, it was only about giving leads, but we realized that, real estate is a very different mechanism than e-commerce. E-commerce, you have data points when you add to cart and then you purchase. These are the 2 data points that you have to look at. In real estate, there are 4 data points that comes in. One at the level of lead, the second when we call them and qualify it, third when the customer site visits, when they do the repeat site visits, and then the booking. Between these 4 to 5 points, there are amazing amount of data that comes onto the table. Now, typically when you said the real estate developers were only focusing upon print, so that was truth. That was the fight that we had to fight to make them aware that there is so much of beauty in the data that is coming from the digital side, and because of that we could get into predictive analytics. So that was the first step we entered into, where we started predicting the future, the prospect of every money that you're burning, where we can lead to. Of course, there are multiple variables which affect a particular campaign. That is for the other day. But we could somewhere get there where we could predict a few things. And from there, we started learning about marketing mix modeling, which is a very simple fundamental model for FMCG guys. They use it. And the idea was we try to learn it from the best of the teams which are present in US, in Bangalore. And we learned from them that, how we could adapt it to real estate use case. And on that basis, we developed our own technology code where once the lead enters, their whole journey could be mapped, and all against these data points, we could, do simulations where we can understand how and where we focus on in a particular real estate market so that we can get the best results. So this is the overall journey that we have had taken, sir. And the only difference is the number is not 4,800, it is 14,800 crore worth of inventory that we have mobilized across pan-India, where the brands are DLF or a Prestige there or a Hiranandani or Adani. So these are the brands we have mobilized and help their inventory movement. So yeah, there we go.
Thank you. See, the thing is, what you said is very interesting actually, because I was with SNM before, prior to joining Concept, and we had a good gentleman called Gururaj. He always used to say, sir, no need of printer. So the management felt very happy because a full page in Times of India costs 13 lakhs.
Absolutely.
So we encouraged digital, though the site guys never liked it. And the same thing is repeated here in Concept Ambience, where another great gentleman, Sashidhar, is working. And he also strongly believes, though he is a hardcore marketing guy, he believes that print should be slowly, I'm not saying eliminated, you can't eliminate print from the scene. And you can see even brands like Prestige, they are subtly present even at least in the classified page. So we need to really evaluate, because print is going to, digital is going to be the next in thing. There is no two ways about it. But for people to accept the mindset, particularly from the site level, is always very, very kind of restricted. They always say 80% of the lead is junk, and only 20% is good enough. So we need to live with this, but maybe with all your AI and data analytics and other things, I think we can work out a better thing. Maybe whenever you are here, I would appreciate maybe a few of the marketeers, I get them through, because I believe in conducting disruption workshops. Maybe both of us should conduct for some of the builders and make them understand that digital is the new in thing, and it's going to be a complete takeover in terms of how we spend our media spends. Thank you, Govind. And next speaker is Mr. Tiwari. He owns Websa, a lead gen, social media SEO optimization to web design to production of video. I think he hasn't left anything unattended. Maybe he should also visit Bangalore for sure. Mr. Tiwari, I just wanted to ask you, at Websa, you guys provide solutions in all fronts. On the web design side, I want to ask you, because this is one area where I feel when I was in SNN, now with Concept also, that it's not being done the way it should be done, because options for web design software has got too many choices like WordPress, Webflow, Wix, Adobe, Dreamweaver, Weebly for e-com, and so on. Yes, it's great sometimes, but confusing as well. How do we evaluate which one to go for? And also, please share your thoughts on the hosting area in this age of cloud computing. And are these options have any significant vertical wise advantage, like one is too good for FMCG, another one is too good for entertainment, and the other one is for real estate, automotive, or entertainment, because this is a total digital platform. Over to you.
Yeah, hi, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, very much.
Yeah, hi. Thank you for the introduction, sir. And coming back, yeah, so we have tried to, though we started with performance, as you said, that we have tried to get into all the shoes and all the aspects of digital, but that was primarily the requirement that we actually got from the clients. We started with performance, wherein lead gen was the thing that we wanted to get into. Because of the prior experience and the knowledge that we had in infrastructure, technology, and digital for that matter. But then eventually when we started to work with clients wanted to have a one-stop shop, and they didn't want to talk to multiple vendors and talk to multiple people. That actually eases out everyone's job, and it's good for us as well. So because we are also on the organic side, because a lot of digital marketing firm does not understand the impact of being on the organic side of the brand as well, not only on the inorganic aspect. So that actually held us being on having an upper edge, you can say, on the digital marketing, and precisely as Govind said, fortunately or unfortunately, I also belong to the real estate fraternity for almost more than a decade now, and it's been a very good journey till now. So coming back to the question, sir. Ideally that calls generally is taken care by my CTO, but then because it's more to do with technology, and I'm more of a marketing guy. But when it comes to that, I actually there are a lot of factors that we should intake further to take a decision on it. Like for example, whether it's a product based website or it's a brand based website, whether it is an e-commerce site or it is just an information driven site. Whether it's a multi-pager site or a landing page, which is just a single pager where we just want to, the goal is purely to generate leads, or the goal is just to generate traffic. So there are multiple aspects that we should be first taking in consideration before we take a call on which technology to go for. Every technology has their own ifs and buts and pros and cons to work with. And also the most important thing is understanding the service nature of a website. For example, I'll have to draw parallels with automobile. For example, if anyone wants to start or anyone wants to take his first car, everyone prefers to have a Maruti because of the two aspects. Because Maruti is easy to drive, and one can easily, and at the same time it is not that costly. And at the same time, the services are being given by even a local garage, right? So the technology that we choose should be should be in a way which is scalable, and at the same time it has been there for a while, and you have a lot of people to work with. So even if you part ways with a vendor, you don't have to part ways with your website, right? Because that is your digital asset, and that's your digital office, I would say, on the internet. And you cannot keep on changing it on and off. You can always constantly work towards scaling it to the next level, not changing it. So that is one of the important calls, while choosing a technology one should keep in mind. Over and above that, hosting is now in the age of cloud computing. There are a lot of people to the likes of IBMs and even Accentures, and a lot of people are offering cloud computing services, even GoDaddy for that matter. And so it depends on the kind of infrastructure that you want to host on, and also the kind of goal. Like for example, if it's a purely performance driven goal and you don't want your website to be down even for a second, because every second you're putting some penny out of Google searches or Facebook marketing or affiliate marketing that you're doing using that website. So it is very important that you work with a server which has more than 99% or close to 100% up way where they completely claim that it's up, and we work with Amazon Web Services, and we've got a decent good response out of it, and we have always marketed it and blabbered about it because it gives that kind of service. So so that is something that one should keep in mind while hosting. So all of these is, so generally if you're making a website, it requires a good amount of consulting, I would say, before we choose on the technology and the hosting that we want to go ahead with, so that it can be kept with a vision that you are making the website. Generally, a brand website is always made with a vision of for a long term, rather than a landing page which is made with a vision of 2 years or 3 years, because that is generally a life cycle of a landing page or of a product or a real estate product. So all of these are important aspects that one should keep in mind before taking a call on a technology as well as or on the cloud hosting front.
Thank you. One of the questions normally I put to my team is that some of the customers complain that certain of the pages don't work, or maybe the website is very slow. Is there any particular reason for that, or how do we negate that issue?
So there are a lot of on-page. So that is generally taken on the digital parlance. It is on-page optimization that should be taken care. So when we do that, what happens is there are a lot of things that has. So if it's a multi-pager website, like let's say we are envisioning, or we are visioning a website which is a corporate website which has a home page, about us page, it has a project page, it has a listing page, like to the likes of any portal or an aggregator. So in that pages, what happens is there are a lot of content and data, and every page should have a structure. It should have a header, it should have a title, it should be followed by a specific SOP. There is an SOP that it has to follow while we are creating it. So the page load, if it is loading low, there can be multiple reasons. It can be whether because the images are very heavily put there, they have not been compressed considering the kind of product that we are actually creating. Second is whether the hosting is up to the mark with respect to the website. Like for example, the kind of hosting that we have taken does not suffice. So we are living with a family of 20 people in a 1 RK. It'll always be a kind of situation where everyone is feeling the suffocation. So that is something that has to be taken care while we are while we are doing the on-page optimization. So all of these are important things that has to be taken care while creating those, or what probably while doing an audit. So we generally do an audit before we take up any website for anything, and then we take a call and give the recommendations to the customers. Basis on that, then we take up the work.
Thank you. Really appreciate. So let me do a bit of a disruption here instead of going back to Phanindra and then go in that order. I'm going to pick up at random some of the guys so that they can feel nice to that they have been included earlier. Let me go to Ankit. And Ankit, could you please let me know? We all know that today a single-minded approach to digital marketing will exclude large portions of an audience, preventing a site from remaining competitive. Digital marketing must be a comprehensive approach that focuses on site optimization, social media, lead generation, inbound marketing, content creation, and much more. Are there any other planned process for this? Are we missing out anything in this list? Can you elaborate and a little bit more in terms of how people should benefit, the digital marketeers? Over to you.
So, like I pointed out in my very first question you'd asked me, there is no, of course, the single-eyed thought or single-minded thought in terms of the idea is there, but there is no focus on a particular digital marketing strategy. Of course, traditional digital marketing strategies, which were there even before digital came in, they still stand in place. Whether it's the various funnels, whether it's the IDA approach, or these things, they still are there. But in terms of preventing a site from remaining competitive, or comprehensive approach, that focus on site optimization. For digital, the thing is, everything needs to kind of work in tandem. There is no particularly, was what I pointed out before, there's no particular one size fits all approach. It needs to be tailor-made to the particular brand or the service that is being offered. For example, in the case of real estate, like Samrat pointed out, of course, there's landing pages which work beautifully when it's real estate. Then there is the whole thought around how do you optimize your conversions, and how do you do, say, for example, in real estate, drip feed email marketing works really well. So how do you look at these things in terms of not just looking at one particular digital marketing strategy, but focusing on different things that work for that particular brand or that particular skill set?
Thank you. Thank you, man. Let me go to Fanindra now. Fanindra, in the digital arena, there are a deluge of content being thrown at an average consumer. They are confused. They don't know which one to buy, be it FMCG, or be it travel options, or be it an entertainment or a trip to somewhere, or buying a home, which is the eventual thing. So I just wanted to know, what are the creative strategies that one needs to adopt to ensure their content is visible or engages the consumer in proper way, so the decision making is made much more easier to the advantage of the consumers. Over to you, Fanindra.
Yeah, thank you, Srini. I think, going back to the days where digital was fairly, like digital marketing or digital content was fairly catching on. At that time, clients used to come back and ask us that, give me a viral idea. Give me an idea that will go viral. Give me a video that will go viral. So I think in that sense, a digital, the currency is still when you share content around, and when the content is catching on and everybody is seeing that piece of content, that's when it's creating a noise. That's when it's creating an impact. That's when it's creating. That's when it's effective. So I think humanizing, storytelling, adding emotion, and creating something that that will catch on. Even though the campaign idea can be a certain idea for mainline, how do you extend that into digital storytelling? When you've gotten that right in terms of entertaining or engaging or making someone cry or making someone laugh. I mean, it's the same tenets of communication. And back to those days where we used to think that, will this go viral? I mean, I think that still remains true. That's how a creative will be effective.
Thank you, man. Okay, I'll get back to Mukeshji now. Mukeshji, could you please tell us, since your company portfolio has some builders, CPs and builders and CPs, I think you guys are working on that. CPs are getting more aggressive these days in terms of their spend, not those days where they used to have only, depending on relationship. It has moved to the next platform to get leads. To an extent, online portals help them to achieve this. Basically, because there is a complaint between the builder and the CPs that the moment builder spend is that some of the leads are passed on to CPs within minutes also. So how do you really overcome this in terms of allocating the budget? Can we ask them to come together, and then so that there is a proper spend in terms of how we plan our media budgets? Because digital is taking over now. Even if you go to see the search engines option also, some of the builders are suffering because CPs get the priority in terms of coming on top. The builder's website is way below 4, 5, 6. In addition to this, if they are spending and getting more leads, how do we really try to sort out? This is actually one of the questions which we are facing at Concept, as well as Nitin Agarwal used to face at SNN also. So it went on to a level that Nitin wanted to even stop advertising in Magic Breaks. Can you throw some light on this, please?
Yeah, thank you, Srini. This is right. At this moment in the market, like this is happening, CPs are spending more than builders. Like each single CP is spending more than builders. And what happened is, builder is running like CPs. All CPs are online. They are mostly using Google ads, Facebook ads, LinkedIn ads, and the builder is on the same platform. So what happened is, like, they are creating competition between them. There's the cost per acquisition is increasing for the same project. So my thought is, like, if they work on like hand in hand, like if the builder focuses on the same, like let's say builder is focusing on offline marketing, hoardings, or TV ads, or like radio ads, and the the everything else will be handled by channel partners, because the channel partners are the one who's driving sales. Like the for instance, if take any project, if the channel partners are not working, the project would at least take 2 years to sell out. If there are channel partners and builders have good relation with the channel partners, it would take hardly 2 months to like sold out. So the channel partners are the one who's driving sales. So I would think builders should not like spend much on digital platform. They would more into like radio, TV, paper ad, newspaper ad, so that like both should work together like hand in hand.
Thank you, Mukesh. No, the only question is, have you ever come across a case study where a builder and a couple of channel partners have come together and they've decided to do such a spend split in terms of I spend in digital, you spend in above the line media. So wherever the digital leads are coming, I will try to work it out. Wherever you get your leads, you work it out with your sales team. Has any case study has happened in your case?
There are some builders who are already doing it. Like they are not spending at all on digital marketing. They're only on hoardings and paper ads. And they're big names. Like even though like the builders like Shapoorji Pallonji, Godrej, they spend less in digital marketing comparatively. And CPs are spending more.
Thank you, Mukesh ji. Let me go to the most successful person, Mr. Govind Rai. Sir, could you please tell us, you're also engaged in real estate consulting again, with some of the best brands. Tell us the pros and cons of this trend of appointing mandate agencies, guys from the developers, leave and establish a startup. Here in Bangalore, it has happened big time. Some of the bigger brands like Purvankara and other companies, people leave them and start their own mandate agencies. And these firms plan marketing campaigns for the developer and replace the sales and CRM teams of the developer's in-house sales team. What's your take on this? Also, there is a perception that there are two parts. There is a perception that digital marketing is not very effective amongst the target audience of properties worth 3 crore plus. Though I feel it is not the right approach. What's your take on these, since you have plenty of real estate clients in your portfolio? Mr. Roy.
Sure, sir. So number one thing, sir, I believe the question was with mandate companies. I believe they are the future. No matter how much ever criticism that we would want to give to them, they are the future. Because anything which is optimizing cost,
love you, man.
Any core value proposition. For real estate developer, the core value proposition is making a build. Everything else is an ancillary support that they're trying to drive the machinery into. And some set of professionals who are coming and taking away that job and doing it much more cost-effective manner, that thing is bound to get a success. So, whatever criticism it may be there, wait for 5 years. Every developers will have to export it, because internationally also, that is the format that has eventually just evolved into. India was the only country where the real estate developers were all-rounders. They will bat, they will ball, they'll keep the wickets. But now they've realized that, their job is to just go there and hit some sixes. Rest all the things other guys can take care of it. So mandate companies are going to be the future. Without doubt about it. We have done all the maths around it because we had to change our business model. Our business model was about real estate developers before. Now we have tweaked our technology, our offerings to suit the mandate business. And fortunately, all the big mandate guys, be it a Guardian or a Xanadu, or in Bangalore, we have very beautiful client called Flow Realty. We are working with them continuously to make their journey better. The second question that you asked, we were discussing with regards to brokers. Now, between the mandate companies and brokers, these alignments are very much happening, where the mandate companies are saying that, hey, let me get the developer budget towards all the other part of the mediums. Digitally, how much money do you need? Let me pump it to you so that I can deduct it from your brokerage. I'll give you some advances. So this kind of system has started coming in place because they know if the developer is spending and the broker is also spending, it's going to take the CPLs higher. It's futile competition. So the mandate companies are coming in and smartly able to take care of these things. They are fueling the growth of the CPs by ensuring they get an advance and they get deducted later. But eventually the goal is reached. for a broker also, for a developer also, the goal is, or the mandate company also, the goal is sales. So that's how everybody is coming in tandem. The third thing that you asked with regards to the luxury properties. So I'll be honest, till 2019, when a client used to come with not 3 CR, but anything above 4 CR, we used to treat it with a word of caution. So let us try. But after 2019, the kind of trends that have been seen and the few media platforms or programmatic, the way it has emerged, and the way we have gone about dealing things. Last year, we had around 54 odd bookings across Bombay, specifically here, where we had inventory worth 10 CR was sold via digital campaign of ours. The only problem was in the real estate luxury segment is we have to calculate the CAC, which is a customer acquisition cost. Now, for a 3 CR property, the customer acquisition cost with a thumb rule of 2% is already sitting at the higher value, right? So, which is, let's say, you have to go about burning the first 10 lakh without looking for a single sale. Now, a lot of people do not have that guts. They do not have that long-term vision. They get jittery the moment the first 2-3 lakhs are not performing. And that's the reason a lot of people have not seen the success in that space. But if you're going to look at a long-term value proposition, you go for a 20-30 odd lakhs with a 10 inventory in mind, you will definitely succeed. And we have had multiple such case studies where, clients about 2.5, 3 CR, they have sold around 40 to 50% of their inventories via digital. So that's where we go, sir.
Thank you, man. Maybe, whenever you are passing by Bangalore, please meet me since you have convinced me. Maybe, ambience downtown and Nitin's Clement, we will try to give it to you guys so that you guys can work on that. And tell me something about this broker network, the new company by Rahul Yadav, which has come up. I want you to be very crisp in saying, because these are the people who are coming big time in Bangalore. Some of the people are nervous, and some of the people, because it's a bigger company and they come and have discussed so many things. I just want you to crisply finish this so that I can go to Samrat with my final question, and then I will close it off with my statement, because it's already 1 o'clock. Sapna and Trupti are very, very strict about timings. So be crisp on that.
Sure, sir. So broker network, they're trying to own the distribution network of the real estate, right? Which is a very important network in a way if you really look at it. Nobody has tried to do it at this scale. We got to keep in mind, Rahul Yadav comes with a pedigree of building housing, though whichever way, he was not a great businessman then. But with Anarock, he learned about the transaction journey, right? So I'm definitely not taking him lightly on this stride of it, right? And I'm pretty sure this time business-wise, he's got his thing right. From what I've heard, his intent is not just to own the distribution play, but actually move towards a fintech play of where the home loans and brokerages of home loans are coming in. So both the markets are big, and he's here with a good plan, I guess, and he's making all this right strides. So yeah, I will not take him lightly. That's a summary of it, and they will be able to create a disruption and add value.
I have a feeling they will do a huge impact. We all have to work together. At the end of the day, as I said at the beginning of the thing, collectively everything could be achieved. Individually, success will never come to us. Be it your internal team or your external working partners, whoever it is, channel partners or you guys, digital companies. I think we all should do it together and then make everybody happy, including the home buyers also. Absolutely. So going back to Mr. Samrat, how much time will we need to be invested to help digital marketing effort improve my Google rankings? How often do we need to evaluate this in this digital revolution? And where things change, they say by the day, I say by the minute actually. Can you throw some light, please, Samrat?
Yes, sir. So it is again quite subjective, I would say. Depends on what's the goal. Like, for example, if you're looking at a organic marketing or an inorganic marketing. When I say inorganic, it's like a paid marketing. So on Google rank, so you have only those many slots available, and you have to target the best keyword that you feel that you should be at it. Like if in case I'm looking at a 2 BHK in Banerghatta, so I have to be there because I have a 2 BHK which is in Banerghatta and it is there for sale. So I cannot miss on those kind of keywords, right? So and for that I have to be there. So that means I have to pay, even for that matter, if I have to pay a certain amount of cost per clicks to the tune of 20, 30, or even nowadays real estate has become very competitive and sometimes it goes up to 300 as well. So that is so again, as I said, depends on the goal. Now, when it comes to inorganic, the organic part, where I'm looking at generating my brand presence over a period of time, and I want to be there. Like, for example, real estate developers of India, or real estate developers in Mumbai, real estate developers in Bangalore, or flats in Banerghatta, where I'm targeting to be there for a while because I have a lot of inventory available into that particular location, or I have a brand which is established in that particular location, and I don't want to take a risk on it. Then it depends on the kind of competitiveness which is there in the market. Nowadays, you majorly compete with a lot of aggregators, because a lot of aggregators have a good amount of content in terms of number of properties, like a 99 acres vis-a-vis a Magic Bricks or a housing would anywhere have more than 100 or 200 properties in Banerghatta compared to a developer, right? So that is where we compete on. So that is the perspective. So generally, if I have to, and then we have to do a reverse engineering to understand what kind of task and what kind of routine work that has to be taken care on daily level to eventually achieve a goal on weekly, monthly, and eventually quarterly and 6 monthly, and then keep on tracking our rankings. So that is, I would say, the practice, the logical approach that should be taken. And getting on the ranking can be completely dependent on the competitiveness, as I said. So sometimes it might be, even if you're ranking on 100 or a second page or a third page, we can look at, comparatively looking at coming to the first page over a period of 3 months or 6 months, completely depending on the kind of the aggressiveness with the word keyword that we have targeted on. So that would be the practice that I would say should be taken care.
Thank you. Thank you, Samrat. Let me now know, because we have exactly another 15 minutes. Am I right, Sapnaji?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to go for a generic question. So this time I will go in the order that I started. No, traditional media touch points versus digital. No, what is the future going to be, considering the digital media is also saturated? Personally, I feel with the pandemic taking center spot in the last 2 years, the work from home culture did a more favor to the digital spends. Actually, this has played a major role, with marketeers plotting their spends more in digital platform to reach their target audience. Print to outdoor spends have dropped drastically. The total spend across media in India estimated to cross 1 lakh crore in 2022 as far as digital platform is concerned, even as digital is set to overtake TV as the largest advertising medium in 22, accounting for close to about 45% share of the total pie, said the latest annual forecast by Group M. So how do you feel how internet browsing on your palm is influencing? That's what the subject given to us. Brand building today, must-haves for future-ready digital marketeers, and industry landscape for the next 5 to 7 years. Basically, because I've taken a larger period, because I am positive that digital is going to be the end thing. So I ask Panindra to represent, followed by Mukesh.
Right. So I feel digital marketing is a play between four very important, kegs to the machine: content, media, data, and tech. I think for the success of any campaign, all of these four aspects need to be taken care of, right? And to your question as to the next 5 to 7 years, I think I'm not sure. I don't really agree that the digital marketing is saturated. I feel that somewhere we're going wrong, or somewhere we're missing one of the pieces to which it is not becoming very effective, because the number of people are the same. They are using digital more, but our audience is the same, right? So I feel
maybe, sorry to interrupt here, maybe all the panelists, if you all want to reduce that to maybe 2 to 3 years, you guys can do it. I felt that we should do it for a longer period, because this is how it happened with the print and rest other media touch points. Since you guys are all digital experts, if you want to cut down this to even 1 to 2 years, it's fine with me.
I think it's okay to see like a 5-year.
Okay, go ahead. If you can crisply conclude, then I'll go to Mukeshji followed by Ankit.
Yeah, so I feel like the 4 aspects just need to be taken off and done very, very sharply in terms of content, media, data, and tech.
Thank you, man. Mukeshji, your take.
Yeah, Sriniji, you right. The market is already saturated. If you talk about real estate, it's already saturated. When there's new launch, it at least let's say I'm talking about the Pune city. When there is a new launch, it's only take 10 days to saturate the project in entire potential audience. So the competition is very high. Now the matters is like the copywriting, the kind of content we are using. It should be like, there should be a touch, like the emotional touch. The potential audience should consume and should feel like sharing the content. So I think content is the future.
Thank you. And Ankitji, your turn.
So I kind of agree with what Vinendra and Mukeshji pointed out. There are 2 things I'd like to add. I personally feel digital is not saturated, or for that matter, any medium is not saturated.
Yeah.
It all boils down to what Mukesh just said, the content that is being produced. So as long as the content that is being produced, or the ads or the marketing that is being put out there is clever enough, is emotional enough for you to garner attention, then you've done your job as a brand. And what Finindra pointed out, brands really need to exploit the space where data, technology, and content collide. That's where they can create memorable experiences for brands and people. So that's what we're looking at. And I think the future is there. And we all know, we've heard it hundreds of times, content is king. And that still stands. And the crisper content we can make, the more chances we have to stand out.
Thank you. Now we'll go to the big man, Govind. How much money you want to make? 4,800 into 5, and share it with us. Call us for a party. Go ahead.
No, sir. These are the sales I've done for the clients. All the money has not come. Only
love you, man.
Yeah. So whenever we get it, we'll definitely throw a party. So I believe, sir, the question that everybody is asking with Farindra and Mukesh, what they said, the saturation, I do not agree. I believe we're just getting started. This is the first layer of digital that we are just exploring. We already have the metaverse, and what is going to happen with the blockchain coming in. Those universes are going to take a different shape to the whole thing. But saturation is not the word I would use. I agree to what Ankit mentioned. Content, definitely yes, but I don't think just content is good enough. Like I personally say that, what Cred is trying to do with all the Tanmay Bhatt's ad, I don't think that is leaving a recall beyond a point of what Cred is doing. So in today's market, I always say to my team, if Piyush Pandey was born in today's market, nobody would have known today who Piyush Pandey was, right? So he would have struggled to create his own identity in today's time. Because in today's time, it's not just the content, but it's the consistency with which we are really traveling with our brand messaging or product messaging that would really matter. It is no more about 1 or 2 viral ads because of our recall or the time we are able to remember a certain thing. That window has shortened. So we have to be consistently putting ourselves out in different form of mediums where content is coming, where it could be an online article, it could be a viral video, it could be a normal insertion, it could be a normal video interview. But the consistent way of coming out with content on different mediums with very sharp messaging, that is what that matters today. Coming from what Mukesh said in terms of content, in real estate, I believe it is the whole game is going to shift towards how you are really coming out with the USPs. The typical communication that I can save you this money or this product is coming at this cost is not going to be the future. What is the USP? Why should the customer choose your product over the others? How do we effectively put it out? That's the future going to be about, and how consistently we do it. So yeah, that's where my answer would be.
Yeah, well, just to add to that, I know that initially the big idea is developed, and then subsequently the creative guys generally try to adapt into various touch points. invariably the space available in digital is now a little bit constrained in terms of how you want to convey the big ideas. Do you have any case studies where you have now done such a thing which has produced humongous results?
So I will be honest, since we operate in real estate space specifically, our play is more hyper local, right? We do not go about tom-tomming into the whole pan-India market or a whole of a city. We know that, for a particular project to sell or a brand to really create an impact, it's a certain catchment areas where we do it. But yes, where the messaging has played a very important role, we have had a very fair case study of late where a product where it was selling 5 to 6 units per month, how we catapulted the momentum for the whole project to 40 to 50 per month for the consistently 6 months, right? So it was a pure play of how customer was perceiving that project before and how it started perceiving it after because of the communication play, the way we created the differentiator. And yes, storytelling where by the way of curiosity. See, in digital window, you do not have time of 1 minute, 2 minutes all the time. Right. And for real estate, it is not there. It is that 3 seconds where you write something where customer get curious, they inquire. And after inquiry, how do we take the journey that on the call, what is it that we should say that they end up at the site? Rest is a cakewalk of a sort if you have a right proposition. So the content, which is not just coming out of the video format, but how it is causing an inquisitiveness for customers to respond to it, to increase the CTR to begin with, and then quality, where they understand that, okay, this is it, what I want, and they confirm on the call that, yes, this is what I'm interested in. So yeah, we've had this scenario where we helped a big developer. He's a very old developer of real estate with 60 years of experience, but he was struggling with a project in a catchment area called Virar, the developer called Evershine. And we did a few things where these results came in. So yeah, that's the kind of impact we are able to create. But yeah, like the FMCG guys who create a pan-India impact, we are not that fortunate. We don't get those opportunities. We are limited to the areas that we play around for a product.
Thank you, Govind. Now, finally, I'll just wrap it up with Tiwari ji. Could you please throw some light on that question, please? Over to you.
Yeah, hi, sir. I would go by the thought that the content and the communication depends on the kind of the product that you have to market. Like whether it's an impulsive buy, unlike real estate, is not an impulsive buy. It's a very thoughtful decision that everyone takes. Whether it's an investment or you can say whether it's an end use. So now it is very important when it comes to saturation. I would say technology is never going to saturate. Digital marketing is also about technologies, right? So now if you see everyone, you have to understand, one should understand as a marketer, what is the routine of a person that I'm getting into with respect to his digital behavior. Like nowadays, people don't go to a taxi stand to take a taxi or an auto, but people don't actually go to a normal shop. They actually go on Amazon or probably a Flipkart to that matter, or doing some shopping or nowadays people don't go to a grocery shop. They go to probably a Big Bazaar or probably D-Mart, or for that matter, eventually Nature's Basket or Nature's Fresh, those kind of places. So all these places are the things where you actually get into a routine of a customer. So if a person is actually interested in a real estate in a Banerghatta, and if he's traveling by Ola near Banerghatta, if he's taking an Uber near that, and if a person is actually taking going to a shopping near Shoppers Stop in that location. So all of these so the top of mind recall for that particular customer for Banerghatta should be a person who's marketing that particular product. And with technology and the kind of the kind of access to these platforms, which these platforms are already given, like we have recently submitted a case study in the campaign in the kind of awards that we have done, wherein we have actually gone ahead and gone to all these touch points of the consumers, wherein we have created not only the awareness but also a kind of inquisitiveness about the product, and then eventually leading to a conversions. So that is something that I believe, as a marketer, we should keep in mind while creating the media mix or the media plan when we actually conceptualize a product and then define on the numbers that we are going to achieve over a period of 1 month, 2 months, or 3 months, or 6 months for that matter. But eventually, these are the things that I think should be taken care while creating the media mix. And this would not lead you to a saturation point at any moment of time, because you are actually, having multiple medias touching a person with his generic routine. We are not going to touch base with anyone where he's not present on. If he's utilizing Ola as an app, then we are going to touch base with him. Otherwise, we are not touching. That is, I believe, one should keep in mind as a marketer.
Thank you. Thank you, Samrat. Only one final thing, any two of you can answer this. Maybe Samrat and Govind can answer this. This digital sale Apple commercial, which is making a bit of a huge uproar as far as digital marketers are concerned. Will it impact or there will be a way around as we always find a jugaad?
So to start with, what I would say is, technology and OEMs, as they as a spokesperson, I would not say the name of the person from Facebook, said that it is not a privacy marketing, it is pricing marketing for that video that they have created, or the ATT that they have come up with.
But it's a brilliant one. It's a TBWA client, so it has to be brilliant.
Absolutely, sir. And the thought is completely clearly conveyed as well, and people are getting into it. But as a digital marketer, I feel that it is very important for us to also not get into the places that we should not be at. Right. For example, if I don't want to be in someone's personal place, and where he does not want me to be there, it does not make sense to be there. Right. So it is just
go in 30 seconds for you. Then because it's 13:20, Swapnaji will be waiting.
So, sir, to be honest, it's been 1 year since Facebook, Google team both have been struggling. We have been continuously in touch with them, and they have been doing multiple sessions on this particular topic, where how they're almost finding it difficult to play around this issue. And Apple has done it very strategically to help to actually harm both the competitors. And it is helping them as well. The idea remains here, it is impacting us. Our reach from the Apple users, or the conversations that we could do before them, the CPLs that we were putting before, all those things are taking a hit. And it is not something that, it is in our control. It is a Facebook, Google algorithms and other third-party platforms or programmatic platforms which are controlling it. They all are struggling, and they are finding ways around it. And everything so far has been only temporary stitch. So yes, it is having an impact.
Thank you. And Sapnaji, over to you. Before I conclude, I feel that all of us should get together collectively at sometimes whenever you guys are here. And if you need any help on conducting any disruption days, anything for you, I'm always available for you guys. Thank you, Sapnaji. Thank you, Triptiji, for your wonderful invitation. And we hope to see you all soon.
Yes, it was a very interesting discussion indeed. We covered almost all aspects of digital marketing, and we have got some very interesting questions as well. One is about the privacy and data sharing regulations, which are going to become even stricter going forward. So how is this going to impact the digital marketing for brands? So starting from you, Fernandra, your one sentence, how do you see this impacting digital marketing? Is it a big impact?
I think it's definitely going to impact, just as Govind mentioned that you're seeing the hit. But I think eventually there will be touch points. It will eventually there will be ways, I feel, to reach the right audience.
Okay, Mukesh, your views on that?
I completely agree with Govind. This will be an impact. Yeah, we can't reach potential audience. Like there are some ratio where we missed our potential audience.
Right. Govind, what do you have to say about this?
So, Sapna, as I mentioned, last 1 year, it has been of a tsunami of a sort in terms of for both the Facebook, Google team, which is the highest. 80% of our portfolio money goes to them. It's like we work for them. So they are struggling. They are telling us, ways around it. That's what I mentioned. We are seeing the differences in terms of reaching out to those customers. And they are the important customers. They are the high-end users. They are the people who have to be targeted. And the numbers have started changing to what they were before. And so far, we're still waiting from the algorithms to improvise to make us reach to them or some other ways. But as of now, it is definitely a long-term impact that we are witnessing already. It is already in the motion. So nothing to predict for the future. We are already seeing that.
Okay, so we are already seeing the difference in digital marketing, numbers. Ankit, what do you have to add to that? You're on mute.
I completely agree with what most of the speakers have said here, and there are definitely issues in terms of communicating properly with Apple users and data flowing back to us. Of course, they've come up with the short-term solutions like server-side API and all to counteract that. But of course, this will take some time before a potential solution can be reached, and Apple users can be targeted very differently. So let's wait and watch. But of course, there is an impact.
Okay, so let's wait and watch. Samrat, what do you have to say? There are certain other means that might come forward.
Yeah, absolutely, Sapnaji. As I said, OEMs might have certain changes, or there would be certain changes as the technology is evolving. Their softwares or their operating systems might allow certain things, might not allow certain things. But I believe that would be in the interest of the digital world, I believe, and I believe there would be further better things to work upon after this kind of change, as there is always a correction in share market and then things go better. I'm taking it up in that way, that these corrections would always help things to be more focused and more targeted, I believe.
It's more like a correction, or the industry getting more consolidated, more organized in terms of how we are approaching the clients. Srini sir, last question for all entire panel. This question comes about next phase of digital marketing. One trend that pandemic has induced in digital marketing. Srini sir, do you see anything that pandemic has added to digital marketing?
See, pandemic has done a lot of favors. That's what I would say. I wouldn't take, because I'm a person coming from TBW, I never felt that take anything negative. I take everything positive. Even there is no sale for 2 months, you should not bother about that. Sales will happen. Same case, pandemic has done a lot of favors to us in terms of work from home. And people have a lot of time. The virtual tours of, we have sold, when I was in SNN, sold close to about, say, 150 units during pandemic in about 3-4 months by just virtual tour of this. So everything is positive, but I think since pandemic is waning away now and life is coming back to normal, I can definitely say that seeing Bangalore's traffic. So it has come to the olden days. If you want to travel 10 kilometers, you'll have to be prepared for 2.5 hours for sure. So pandemic has done a lot of favors, and it will continue to do. And digital, I'm not bothered at all, basically, because that's going to be the end thing.
Okay, so one
rest other media will be there. They have to support, be it print or outdoor or whatever it is. But one more thing I would just like to add, just 2 seconds. More than all this digital, outdoor, everything, I think all you guys have to Google search something called empathy marketing, and that will give you a lot of insights how you'll have to respect the home buyers, because builders have got scant respect for home buyers. That needs to improve from every side. So all you guys, digital guys, when you go around, pitch for it, put some empathy marketing budget, call all those booked customers, talk to them nicely, do something nicely. So this will definitely, this is a takeaway from my side.
Okay.
This
so
is what I
marketing
at S&M Builders, so continue to do that.
Empathy marketing is what Mr. Srinivasan is doing, has induced in the digital marketing for brands. Fananda, what according to you pandemic has added? What trend has it added to digital marketing?
I think it's opened the world for collaboration for digital marketing. Just as Srini also mentioned at some point that, we can, 1 + 1 is 11. So I think we're able to collaborate, and everybody is open to more collaboration. I think that itself is going to make digital marketing all the way better.
Collaboration is what Mr. Fanendra Jain is saying has brought to digital marketing segment. Mukesh, what is your take on that?
Yeah, right. We video call VCs have increased like tremendously. We can hire talent from anywhere, work from home, and yeah, there was no effect on real estate, and it was going fine.
Absolutely.
We have sold like 100+ units in lockdown, so everything was good. Nothing was like hampering sales.
Okay. Okay. So in fact, as you rightly mentioned, I think pandemic, the one trend that it was to give a boost to digital marketing. Govind, what do you have to say? What trend has pandemic induced in digital marketing?
So for me, the word consistently remains disruption. So everything, the way we looked at it before, we had to revisit it, each and every aspect of it. And we have to look at how each and every aspect is getting disrupted today, and what is the long-term impact it will have for the future. So there could be a few behavioral change that would come for a temporary purpose of 1 or 2 years, but which will be the long-lasting one. We had to really observe it and prepare ourselves for the same. So I believe that's a space that we had literally had to look out for.
That's right. Out of the box thinking is, I think, this is what it has taught us, and in fact, even in our marketing is something now that we are doing. Samrat, quickly, what do you have to say? How pandemic has changed digital marketing?
I believe the uncertainties have actually brought a lot of certainties in taking decisions. Nowadays, people take a lot of decisions thoughtfully, which was a bit impulsive earlier and leading to cancellations and regretting about things. But now, due to the thought process change during the pandemic and because of the uncertainties that happened, now people are more certain about taking calls with respect to anything, I would say, in their behavior. And that is the reason I believe it is a better time for a digital marketer to focus on the right. If we are able to target right guys, then we would be eventually getting the right fruits out of them, and eventually getting good conversions on the digital front.
Decision making has become better. People are making better decisions and quicker decisions. Ankit, what is your finally how do you see pandemic, what kind of trend it has brought to digital marketing?
So I personally feel that is not just digital marketing.
I think we've lost Ankit. Yes, Srini sir, one last word.
Only one final advice to everybody. Please, all of you have a backdrop like Govind. That's why he's making a lot of money. Enter only when you have $1 billion idea. I love that, man. Love you.
Okay. Fantastic. I think those were some very motivating words from all our speakers here, and they shared their experiences and also how the digital marketing aspect is changing and how pandemic has brought good or bad to the digital marketing. Challenges remain, but yes, we are now thinking out of the box. I believe Ankit is here with us. Ankit, your last word, and then we'll close the panel.
I'm sorry, I'm disconnected. Just to add to that, I believe overall there has been a shift. It's not just digital marketing, and that shift in terms of how our audience is consuming things has actually changed the way marketers are doing things. So it's the whole point about unlearning what was. So we've kind of everyone
unlearning
board has
is
tried to
saying,
unlearn.
and it's not only the marketing which has changed, even the consumer behavior is now different from what it used to be earlier. So fantastic. Thank you everyone for sharing your viewpoints and sharing your opinions on this very topical subject that everyone has been talking about. Thank you everyone. Thank you Srinivasan for
thank you guys. Love you all.
Thank you everyone. Thank you Mukesh. Thanks Govind, Samrat, and Ankit for being here part of this session. So that was one very interesting session. Lot of questions that we had from our audience, but we will definitely take them offline with our speakers. Before we move on to the next session of the day, we have a very special address from Dr. Anurag Batra, Editor-in-Chief and Chairman Exchange for Media and BW Business World Media Group. And I'm sure, as most of you would know, Dr. Anurag Batra is known as India's media mogul, a serial entrepreneur, a journalist, and an eternal optimist rolled into one. After acquiring the iconic business media and magazine brand Business World, Dr. Batra has expanded BW Business World Media into digital events and BW communities. So let's take a look at this brief message from Dr. Anurag Batra. Can we have the AV, please?
Good morning, good afternoon. It's a beautiful day. Good to see all of you. Thank you to Tripti Kedia and Sapna Srivastava for putting this together. Realty Plus in the last 18 years has stayed to be India's #1 website and magazine on the business of real estate, magazine for consumers on real estate. So today, when Realty Plus does something on digital, transformation that the real estate business is happening in terms of, content on real estate buying being sourced digitally, search online, purchase offline, that kind of behavior, content about real estate in the digital format, digital marketing to consumers, the cost of acquisition of real estate consumers through digitally first practices has become the norm in real estate. I'm glad Realty Plus is taking a lead in bringing the best practices in the real estate sector in context to digital marketing, digital content, content marketing, and the digital transformation that is happening in the real estate sector. In India, there are now more than 2,000 companies, large, who are digital first in the way they work. And clearly, the real estate sector has some of those companies. So I wish all of you a day of learnings, because learnings and knowledge lead to action and building the enterprises that you wish to build. And most importantly, the GDP of the country will grow on the back of digital, accelerating the progress in every sector, especially the real estate sector. So wish you luck, good day, God bless you.
Thanks, Dr. Batra, for sharing that positive sentiment and very motivating address. He's been very busy, and on his way, he has sent us this message. So now let's get ready to welcome our next set of speakers. The next very exciting session of the day is a conversation on the topic of content marketing, powerful ideas for measurable business strategy. Let me introduce our session members. The session is moderated by Anup Dixit, founding partner and CEO, Pop Culture. In a career spanning more than 22 years, Anup has donned several hats at corporates like India Today, Aviva India, Birla Sun Life Insurance, Max Bupa, and Tata AIG. At Pop Culture, he was instrumental in developing brand building strategies for clients like DLF, Panasonic, Apollo Hospitals, Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, to name a few. A digital evangelist, he is keenly following how metaverse and NFTs will shape the emerging world. Let me introduce our speakers now in the alphabetical order. We have with us Mr. Jaideep Gandhi, founder Another Idea. With over 3 decades of expertise, Mr. Jaideep Gandhi has covered business interests in advertising and marketing in the field of real estate. He is chairman of Goa Fest, India's largest advertising conclave, committee member on board of 4 national and international advertising associations, strategy advisor on board of Niranjan Hiranandani School of Real Estate, and quality control advisor at KC College. Our next eminent panel member, let me introduce Mr. Manohar GM, Head Marketing, Geberit India. Performance-driven professional with more than 25 years of rich experience, Manohar GM has proven expertise in B2B, B2C marketing category and brand management, product management, digital marketing, sales and distribution management. Our next eminent panel member, I introduce Ms. Pooja Shetty, Head Marketing and Communication, Temprite South Asia. Pooja is a digital evangelist at Lubrizol Corporation, and a customer-centric, data-driven approach to her marketing strategies bring relentless success to the brands she has worked with. Our next panel member is Saurabh Saini, DGM Marketing, Havels India. And Saurabh is a seasoned digital marketing professional with working experience of more than 14 years and a proven track record of enabling brand transformation through digitization of consumer decisions journey through implementation of marketing CRM with the help of AI and machine learning. Our next and final member of this session is Mr. Sundar Venkataraman, Head of Creator and Content Ecosystem at Josh. Sundar is currently responsible for spearheading the short video ecosystem beyond mainstream content categories at Josh. Armed with over 17 years of experience, Sundar specializes in business and strategy-oriented functions backed by a rich understanding of the content ecosystem. I now request our moderator to please take over the proceedings. This is our eminent panel for today. Anu, over to you now.
Thank you so much, Sapna. I'm really honored and excited to be part of this great panel of people. I think we have a fair mix of people from different industries, from agencies and brand side, and I think it's already looked like a great discussion for me. If I look back in the last decade, I think one of the 2 most overused and abused word, so to say. I mean, it's my personal view. Is one is digital transformation, and the second is content. And whenever you used to talk about content, the first thing which people used to say is about content is king. And when the people say content is king, it's like so it's reached to the level that you start bleeding by the hearing this simple line. So that's where we are at a stage right now. And when you talk about content, I think the two part of content, one is the consumption side of it, and the second is the creation side of it. Especially in the last 2 years, the consumption side has seen huge uprise in terms of the people, the way people consume content, be it the type or the form. I mean, there's a rise in terms of OTTs, there's an integration over and getting into different level. Topical is the key right now. And how much we used to say earlier, but metaverse is a reality. We are just waiting to see how it's unfold and how the people will take content on the metaverse side. Right? That's on the consumption part of it. The moment you go on the creation side of it, I think it's a golden era. I think we are looking at creators, we're looking at platforms like TikTok, Facebook, where we have creators from tier 2, tier 3 down. And every month we witness one or two celebrities coming out of nowhere. We have a guard who's a singing sensation. We have a dancer from a huge remote town of Haryana becoming the sensation overnight. And there are enough and multiple stories every day in terms of creator side. Also for the fact that when you talk about content, it's both time consuming. It's also in terms of you have to infuse money to generate content. And if you look at today's era, it's a golden time again in terms of monetization of content. There are YouTube marketers, there are people, content creators who's making more money than companies outside now. And that's where we are. And the moment we talk about content, it's also come out to the fact that we are in an era of information overload. And that's where we are as an audience right now. And this also comes up, so to say, there's a right question that what is the difference between a content and an information? And that's a first fundamental question that every marketer has to answer. And I think this is where I would like to start the entire discussion. And thank you everyone to the entire panel, to taking up time in a busy midweek and being a part of this. And to start this, I request Jaideep sir, and I think it's with all humbleness, and I think it's fair for me to say that he's one of the guys who consumed the maximum amount of content in the entire panel, right? And I'm just a little behind, but we can safely say that from the Doordarshan time to Chitrahar to Rangoli. And I know a lot of people on the panel might be, and a lot of listeners won't understand what Rangoli and Chitrahar may be. I'm sure he has seen the birth of Google and Facebook and to where we stand now. And looking at the metaverse knocking at doors. I think he's been there, done it, seen it all. So I think I'll open up this conversation with asking Mr. Jaideep and asking, sir, what is the fundamentally, the difference between information and the content for you? And thank you so much once again.
Thank you. Thank you, Anup. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah, great. So it was a great respect you gave me in introducing me. It was an honor. Coming back to your principal question about the difference between information and content, I think the best example right now in front of us is Realty Plus. What they are creating and where we are all today. It's a content piece. It's not information piece. So first of all, congratulations to Sapna, to Tripti, and everybody at Realty Plus for curating such a good event. And that's all about content. Having said that, what I believe is, and I also tell my teams that, information is a single dialogue and content is a two-way communication. So it's like going on your first date, and when you talk about only yourself, you're sure to have no second dates for sure. That's the difference between information and content. In real estate space, if I have to give an analogical example, information is like a park and content is like a Disneyland because it engages, it gives you fun and it makes you memorable. So having said that, unfortunately, because I've seen real estate from last 40 years, And somewhere we have not understood that thin line between information and content. Okay, for us, including all our agencies, we feel keeping up the project updates, offering the schemes, that is information. Okay. Now that's not information. That's not content. That's information. So that the thin line needs to be understood, because keeping in mind the consumer's mind frame on social media, is he ready to consume information or he wants to consume content? Now that's where the line is, which we need to understand while creating it. Like it's a form of communication, and in communication, that it's about, if you tell me the facts, I will learn. If you tell me truth, I will believe. But if you tell me a story, I remember. So that is where we need to draw the buckets and where we want to put our content into place. And it's all about engagement. So are we engaging our customer, or we are just informing him? Is where the line is. And information to me is about telling the customer what you want to say, and and content is what he actually wants to hear. So we are not working on the other side. We're working only on that side where what we want to say. This is the location, this is the product, these are the schemes. But does he want to say that? Does he want to hear that? He wants to hear something else. So that is the content piece which is yet to be unleashed in real estate, is what I would feel. Yeah.
So, what is the experience, so to speak, in terms of the last 2 years? How people create content and how to curate content? Because when you look at real estate, I mean, one of the biggest challenges, it's majorly driven by a sales collateral, right? It's majorly driven by the information. But at the same time, we have seen that the companies who have worked brands on the parallel have reaped a lot of benefits. And I don't know, take note, but enough and more. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the enough and more example in terms of when you want to get your customer acquisition costs down, the brand has to kick in at some point of time. You really just can't, have those experiences till the time the brand can get into the play. So the last year, especially when you look at the pandemic, can you share some light in terms of what the difference part in terms of creating a content and curating a?
Yeah. So I think all the creative agencies who work for real estate have had the best time during COVID, because clients gave us total freedom, and we could engage with. So we engage with customers. So that's how it. For example, give you example about Hirandani Gardens Powai. So when we were working on that brand during COVID, we engaged with customers. We made them, create content, which was very interesting because it came right from the heart. And what happens is, when we create information, like when we put up our information, it appeals to the mind. And when the opposite person who is using your product creates information, content, it appeals to the heart. So we never say, we always say, कि ये बात दिल को छुई और दिमाग में रह गई. It's not the other way around, कि दिमाग को छुई और दिल में रह गई. So that line, and that that's where the base is. We have to keep the customer in the center. That's why I always say, if you use your users as content curators, you will not need influencers. The people who are using your product are the best creators of your content for you. So I think we should stop creating content. We have to start observing it. It's all there. Every home buyer has a beautiful story. It is in his eyes. The content is in his eyes, in his aspirations. So we need to look there. And how I don't understand the fundamental formula of how can you create content. You can observe, you can have insights, and with those insights, there's a big idea which creates content. You can't create content. It's all out there. All you do is just hear, listen, and absorb it, and then just tell it in a very interesting manner. So yes, having said that,
also just to add on here, I think there's a great saying from the Andy Warhol, which he says, you always have that 15 minutes of your fame once in a lifetime.
Yeah.
And when you look at an average real estate player, if you have 10,000 families living in your condominium, I think you just need those 200 people who need those fame. They're the right audience, and they have enough in mind. They might be influenced to other brand already. I'm just a boy and Han knows those. I'm one of those people, and that's how I think
a child who plays in your garden in your own complex, he's the best content creator, and the way he will explain to you the features of that garden, nobody else can do it. So, like a wife who's bought a home and is living in that home, she could be the best content creator. So we should stop. So if you want to create good content, I think change the creators.
Yes.
There's a new approach which we should take. We have done enough. We have done enough.
Also, it will be save you some money as well.
Yeah.
It's an effective way as well, right?
True.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Moving on to Manohar. Manohar comes from a huge background of customer journey and product management from Gibraltar. And I think we jumped onto the part of the curation and content, but there's a fundamental question which I would like to ask Manohar, that how in the COVID-19 the content marketing redefined. Let's go back a step backward and just Manohar, your views in terms of how the marketing redefined in the age of COVID. A very cliched question, but we can't ignore this because I think it has to start from this point to have the right foundation as well. So Manohar, what do you think?
Thank you, Anup. Hope I'm audible to you.
Yes.
I wish good afternoon to all my panelists and to the audience. To answer to your question, my perspective would be, see, pandemic has taught us one thing, to embrace uncertainty and beat the uncertainty. And we all have learned it is a human spirit which came across the sections of society. And thanks to that human spirit that we could not only overcome those challenges, but then we also embraced it and adapted it, and then we learn how to do businesses, and we also learn how to manage both personal and business. So on that note, pandemic has influenced consumer behavior in a large way. The way the businesses operate has also seen a paradigm shift during the course of the pandemic and post-pandemic as well. Now, one thing I would mention that during the course of the pandemic, what we have learned is agility, the importance of agility. Importance of agility in decision-making process, importance of agility, the way we communicate to the our customers and end consumers, and the significant amount of energy is been the influence of the digital tools. So we really understood the power and influence of the digital tools, and which helped us to connect with the consumers and with at that speed. And how do we scale up our communication? So these are the two aspects which the pandemic has taught us. But also, when I say that there is a significant influence to the consumer behavior also, we have learned and understood during the pandemic that the way the consumer buying behavior changed. In terms of the customer journey, it is the same. It is the awareness to consideration to planning to the decision making and the purchase and the post purchase. But then the significant amount of the time spent by the consumer online in terms of accessing the information increased. So in the pre-purchase cycle, the significant amount of the consumer spending time on online is increased. So that is what we have seen it. And as brands and organizations, we all have adapted to ensure that we engage them meaningful during this course of their customer journey. That is one aspect. And then if you come to the insights, the customer, what we have understood is we were only focusing pre-pandemic, before the pandemic, we were focusing more on understanding the demography of the customer. What is the age group? What is the profile of the target audience? But now, during the pandemic and post-pandemic, it is not the importance of the customer profile, it is the customer segment as such, which means when I say it is not only about the demography which we have to segment it and categorize it, but we also have to see that what is the commonality of the different age groups. When I say, for example, there is a certain set of customers who are interested in more of sustainability aspects, correct? Irrespective of the age group. There is a certain category of customers who are more interested in the cause, related topics. There's a segment which is interested from an experience point of view. And when we think from a brand perspective, and so if I agree to Jaideep sir when he spoke that content is about a two-way process. correct? When we are, information is not content, because information is one way. That is what we all as a product organizations learn, that the impact of brand will be more visible when we communicate, make it a two-way process. And that is why during the pandemic we learned that how do we enrich our content, how do we enrich our customer engagement through whatever we are doing. So therefore, so we understood the commonalities of the particular segment where we are catering to, and then how we, from a brand perspective, how do we emotionally connect with them. So that is, these are certain things which brought about a change in our thinking, and then we accordingly adapted to this demand by first changing our structure. Changing our structure, when I say change the structure, means how do we change the structure of your online and offline? Correct. So how do we bring in a synchronization or harmonize our online engagement versus offline engagement during the customer journey process? So, post pandemic, what we have, whatever we learned during the pandemic, we try to get that insights and try to manage the online versus offline. So post pandemic, what we are focusing is more of a hybrid way of marketing, which I call it as phygital. So it's a marriage of physical tools as well as the digital tools. And then as marketers, depending upon our products and the business model, we have to be very cautious that because we also have seen that it's too much of bombarding of digital content to the consumers. They are bored of. So therefore, post pandemic, we have to be very cautious that how do we choose the tools, whether it is online or offline tools, and at which stage of the customer journey we communicate more in digital, okay, or on which stage of the customer journey we connect them to physical formats. So that is becomes very important. So that is a very key learning which we are trying to implement now. And when I say, I can give an example. For example, if it is a B2C customer or it's a B2C consumer, so he will spend more time because his behavior has changed. Earlier, he used to walk into the store 3 to 4 times in a retail store, but now when he wants to understand more of the information and for his planning purpose, he is depending upon the online tools, correct? So there we have to aid him. What kind of tools we aid him? We send him not only on the product information, but on the brand videos, and how do we enrich it through the creative mechanism. And we are also have converted our we are coming out with a lot of these virtual showrooms, correct, where the end customer can navigate it, experience the product, which he used to do earlier in a physical environment. So after that, not only that we pass on the content to him, but also we have to see that how we engage them, so that it helps him in planning process. So we have this BIM tools for the architects and consultants, for which is a B2B customer who is a key influencer for brand. Correct. So we aid him for decision making process because he's also key influencer to the end consumer. Then what happens is then during the planning process, the planning stage, the end consumer is aware that okay, and he is aware that I want to go with this particular brand. Now after that, we have to induce him to go to the right channel, right store, or right physical format, depending upon the business, and then he makes a visit to the store. And therefore, after that, it is a physical tools. Now, after the purchase process is over, then again we have to make him advocacy. Customer advocacy becomes important. So then, how do we engage with him on online? So this is for a B2C consumer, and then for a B2B customer who is in building fraternity, he can be an architect or a consultant or a builder. For him, the tools has to be different because for him, it is about information, it is about planning, it is about specification, it is about recommending the right product to his client, and then it is purchase behavior.
In a way, it is
to summarize it, what the pandemic has taught us about bringing about agility, and then it has helped us to relook at our structure and the way we communicate, whether it's a B2C consumer or whether it's a B2B customer. So this is
I think it is Manoj, safe to assume that mapping the entire customer journey with the help of both content as well the right tool is the key. And how we track between online and offline, and make it a seamless journey for a customer, because customer doesn't understand what is online, offline. For him, the journey is the journey. How to actually integrate both the journey seamlessly is where the game is. I mean, thank you so much, Manoj. I think it's a great point. Moving on to Pooja, who heads the entire marketing for Lubrizol, and she comes with a very customer-centric, data-driven approach. And Pooja, there's a question to you. what do you think in terms of the long-term changes in a consumer behavior? Because we've seen too much of data overload, too much of choices. Customer at the center of everything, and I'm sure there's a huge and long-lasting impact on the consumer behavior. So, what do you think post-pandemic? What are the major changes, so to speak, in terms of consumer behavior, which, as a content creator, we need to be watchful for?
Thank you so much, Anup, for this question. I think it's a much needed question that we need to ask ourselves as a marketer. Whether the content that we, as you said, content is the king, but I think in the recent times, contest is the queen. If your content is not relevant to the audience and to the occasion, it hardly matters.
I think after this panel, we retire the king and queen for sure. Yes, please continue. Sorry, just don't like it.
Right. So one of the interesting trends that we can see right now is about personalization and the micro moment, capturing the micro moment. So although we are living in the world of connected devices, like we have mobile phones, we have tablets, but still our consumers they don't feel connected, they still feel lonely, and that's that this has given rise to community building. And most of the brands right now, like almost 80% of the brands, are engaging in this kind of a trend about building a community around the key influencers for their brand, which actually makes them a more humanized brand. And I would like to share one of the initiatives that we have done as an organization for this particular initiative. So we launched an app called as FlowGuard Plus for the plumber community, which is a very, very niche community. When we buy a new home, or whenever it's in real estate, we talk about the interiors of the home, we talk about the kitchen, we talk about the bathroom, like how it will look, but hardly anyone pays attention to the plumbing system, which is actually the lifeline of a new home. क्योंकि घर तो एक ही बार बनता है, right? So this is very essential, and the plumbers, they are the backbone of this the entire ecosystem of the plumbing ecosystem. And we felt the COVID time was absolutely difficult for the plumbers, like it was for others. But at least the others, they had there were a lot of things going on for the nurses, for the cleaners, etc. But there was hardly anything done for the plumbers. So
also, just to add on, probably COVID was the time when people started noticing the seepages in their home more than ever before, because now they're living most of the time in the home. And that's what I'm sure Manohar is itching to get into it, but Manohar, I know, let Pooja continue. Yes. So
yes.
Just to add on to it, Pooja, when you look at a major play, and I think it's very interesting to ask you this question, that when you look at it, you have plumber, and we say plumber to your industry, or let's say, for example, a mechanic to ancillary industry. These are the people who are like kind of a doctor. What they advise is like a stamp, right? And it's very critical on how to engage to the level of plumbers, carpenter, mechanics, and those are the like the guys into the influencer segment for these people. So if a plumber say put this, I'm done. That's how it is. There's no second question asked. So how do you engage those level at the micro level of that influencer or actually decision maker? How do you engage those people?
Right. So one thing that has accelerated in the COVID times is digitization, and we have quickly moved into digital first kind of a system. But if you actually see, it is slowly moving into mobile first. And people want everything to be accessible. And if you don't have it on your mobile phone, like some examples that I can give is in the form of app. Most of the customers brands are coming up with their own apps. Also, like on Myntra, they will have themselves listed, or any other e-commerce platform, but each of them have their own apps now. Similarly, we have launched our own app called as FlowGuard Plus app. And this is for the plumber community. So we are not the end product manufacturers. We give a chemical compound to the other brands. So it's a little bit complex, but still we wanted to, have a connect with the key influencers. And this is how we did it. The next few lines, maybe you will understand. So we gave them a platform to, upskill themselves and also network with the other plumber community, which is not possible, unlikely in their daily routine. Like maximum, they will reach out to 10 plumbers. But on our app, we have something like a LinkedIn platform for them, where they showcase their skills. So automatically, we are doing a lot of user-generated content as well. And we are also educating them. We have some training modules which we have specially developed for the plumbers because they have no formal education system. So we have worked on few training modules specially for them. And if they learn those modules, they earn certain reward points. So earn while you learn kind of a concept is something that we have taken. And another thing is gamification. So people who don't want to learn through various modules, we have gamification feature where they play several games like the cricket games or the puzzle game or the pipe fixing game. And every time they play a 6 or a 4, they understand about the feature.
It's amazing to see how brands are reaching out to the last mile content creator and at the lower spectrum of this thing. And as we say, language is no barrier anymore. The medium is no barrier anymore. And really, I mean, touching upon the point you said that your most of your product is B2B to C. And so just a quick question to you: what do you think where brand has to differentiate, and what is the key factor of differentiation between a B2B content creation and a B2C? What is a thin line? What is it your take onto this?
I think nowadays it is not about B2B and B2C. It's more about having your customer achieve their primary goal. So it's important to go beyond the data or like AI and try to understand what the goal the person is trying to achieve. And if you are able to hit that bang on, I think that's the first thing that you have achieved. Second is about creating memorable experiences. So gone are the days when we thought about the product and the prices. But in today's world, the millennial consumers, they're ready to pay higher if they have a good experience with a brand. Like almost they're ready to pay around 20% more price for a brand if they have a good experience. And I think metaverse is gonna be play a very key role in this, along with AR and VR. So these are the two things.
There's enough and more buzz around metaverse, and I'm sure it's a reality now. But also, having said that, I think it's a great time, and when you look at the entire startup ecosystem of India, especially the fintech and other players, a lot of SaaS is coming into the place, a lot of B2B, and we see a lot of disruption in B2B marketing. People actually taking it at a different level now. It's no more a rational approach. It's not a product information anymore, and we see great marketing coming on the B2B side. It's actually great to see that. Thank you so much, Pooja. I mean, I'm taking a cue from your last point where you talked about in terms of plumbers coming on to creating content and using this. This also, moved me to Sundar Venkatraman, coming from Josh, an excellent leader in media and entertainment landscape. So it's a question to you when you look at plumbers, when you look at in India where every 200 or 300 kilometers the entire culture, languages, and everything change dramatically. What is your view in terms of how the language first industry, and as you rightly say, India is becoming Bharat, and what does the trend hold for 2022 onward in terms of multilingual and vernacular, so to speak, in terms of content creation? And there can't be a better person than you to answer on this panel to this question.
Actually, I'm going to take it from Mr. Jaideep. Bharat was always around us. We just chose to see India. That is the one thing. And second thing is that, like you said, change the creators will change the audience. So that's the two things that actually we did in Josh. So if you look at Bharat is not just a culture. Bharat is the true emotion of the country. You have to just, so like people like us, we wear Bharat in our t-shirts on a daily basis because we understand that Bharat means aapka jo ghar ka hai. So and the creator is the person who's actually going to just emote the emotion of the particular place. They're just the same people, So if you're going to try and make it into a kind of a very India experience, it's not going to work. I can tell you from a content media level today, some of the OTT major guys like Netflix and others are struggling in the country because they never understood the Bharat consumer. They never understood what Bharat actually means. So today, when the biggest thing that Josh did is today when we are at a number one position, we are almost at a 85 million daily active user, is that we chose 14 different languages and we actually make and serve content in languages differently. What you see in Tamil will not be seen in Punjab. What you see in Punjab will not be seen in Tamil.
Can you share some example on
So I'll tell you a simple example. So like Jaideep said, first the creators are not those top level creators who people look up to. These are actual common man people sitting in their villages, in their households, who we have given them a tool in the form of a camera, and we've told them just whatever you think is content, make content. So somebody in Kerala is actually showcasing their grandmother's fish recipe, and he feels that that's what is relevant for him. Somebody in Bangla actually is not talking about cricket, is talking about football. Somebody in the Bhojpuri language actually doesn't think about anything big about Bollywood because he literally feels that Bollywood is too high for him to go to. He thinks that the Bhojpuri Nachanya culture is actually what is worth it. Somebody in Maharashtra actually feels that instead of listening to that hip hop Punjabi culture, I want to listen to the habang which is played in my neighborhood because that's what actually is practically drawn up to. So if you look at like Jaideep said, we just have to look around, and if you just look around, you get the answer right there, and then try and give it to somebody else to make content is actually a bit failure. So today, if you look at the way some of our creators are, we have actually focused on something called as the micro, nano, and the macro creator. That means we've actually got them categorized. The micro guy is the guy who actually is the first time holder of a phone, and he has just an expression in any form. So the Josh app does is that whenever he makes a content, we actually try and show him more in his particular region, so that when he does something, he becomes a neighborhood superstar. So when he becomes a neighborhood superstar, somebody feels that if he can do it, I can do it too. And in our world, we call it FOMO. So we just create the FOMO reverse from down to bottom. And the user automatically becomes a creator becomes a star becomes a superstar. And today, that's the journey that we're trying to follow. We're not trying to make a superstar out of anybody. The user will become a superstar. And to tell you a journey, there was this girl, many examples. 2 examples I tell you. There is a girl called Priyanka Chatterjee in Kolkata. She was a common user of Josh. We ran a campaign called as Joshe Tume Superstar, where we just told her that whatever is your way of talent, showcase. And you'll actually get to be in a film soon. So Priyanka Chatterjee, background was that she came from a middle class income household. Father was a RBI banker. Mother was a teacher in the school. She had the knack of doing talking fast in the Bengali language, and she had a very good expression. And she could talk fashion from her village sense. That's what she did on the app. And today, after that entire thing experience, the last 7 months, we found her on the app. We actually got her groomed. We gave her tools. We gave her sessions from panels, sessions from creators. And in the month of November 17th, she's coming in a SBF movie release as a second lead of the actor in the movie. Now, that's the real journey that she's managed to travel. A similar example from a brand, Joy Alucas came to Josh and said that in the Kerala market, they're looking for Kerala-looking woman, Malayalis, not a model who will actually get bombarded in Ernakulam or in Cochin. So actually looking Malayalis, where we want them to figure out our wedding jewelry in a form that people are not seeing, because Malayalis love to wear their jewelry. They just love to cover their jewelry. It's their thing. But at the same time, be it their expressions, be it their skin tone, all are going to be real. So we ran. So what we did is we just did a simple experiment. We just took and imagine our content is all 1 minute and below. So imagine the constraint that we have. So we took a song called as Mama Jiva Ketuna. There's actually a song when people sing in their wedding, and we got it a bit twist. And in 30 seconds, people were able to do a transition video from being no makeup to entire jewelry. Now, when people did that, this girl is called Purnima Mahadevan. She's today the face of Jalukas in Ernakulam coaching. We've seen all the hoardings. So that's what we do. So we just look around, try and find the user, give them adequate tools, give them a platform, give them AI. because the AI should be trained daily to actually look around, to pick up who's what relevant and try and feature them on the feed. We call them feed. The feed is just 30 seconds, and our customers are ruthless. They reject a content within 3 seconds. There's a 3-second rule. They just see one shot, wire, one sound. They don't like you, they move. So imagine our daily struggle is that we have to ensure that between the first 3 seconds, you have to ensure that the creator is absolutely bang on. And then if somebody gets that right, they automatically get a better followership, better likeness, better sharing, and so on. So then the actual dream of being a user to a superstar has been delivered. So yeah, that's.
So just to ask you, I mean, the moment we talk about vernacular and the moment we talk about multilingual, I think one of the biggest challenge which comes with it is the amount of money as a brand I need to spend, and B is the amount of time I take in, producing that content. I'm sure there are ways and means and technologies now to take to speed fast the journey in a most economical fashion. So can you throw some light in terms of how a brand can actually take this? Because every brand is a different journey, so to speak. Some has evolved, some have just started. But so what are the means and tools through which they can go multilingual in the shortest span of time as a go-to market, and also in the in a budgeted way?
I think a lot of my insight comes from Mr. Jay's single line. See, we are used to this logic of one size fits all. Somebody sits in an office and writes one copy or decides one line and decides that this is going to be fitting to everybody in this country. We at Verse, which beat Dalian and Josh, realized that communication intent and creativity changes in every pin code. Every pin code is different. You cannot be customizing for a state also today. What is going to work in Tamil Nadu and in Madurai will not work in Chennai. What is going to work in Chennai will not work in for the matter in Kodaikanal. It's not going to work. Same in all the languages. So for us, what we did is that we have managed to build the AI in such a way that it understands the nuances of the particular communication. Like you said, we understand communication, then we try and translate that into content at scale, because communication is different and content is different. Like Mr. Jyoti said, communicate तो कर लिया, लेकिन उसको ना इधर बैठा नहीं उसका अभी तक. तो बैठने के लिए you have to make the content available in that particular way, and it has to have a story behind it. You have to ensure that the common man is saying it in a way that somebody gets it right behind him, and not necessarily that everything that he says should be trendable or should have a national impact. We don't want national impact. I mean, how does a guy? I mean, for example. Why will a guy today watching Vikram and releasing in 3 days in Tamil Nadu? How does it matter that film to Chandigarh? There's no relevance, But we know as a fact that Vikram will hit the 100 crore mark within the first 2 days. But when there is something called as an RRR, where we know it's an Indian national film, we know that every language you have to customize differently. You can't be just taking it and putting it out there and figuring out and expecting people will get it. People don't get it. I mean, you have to be behind them to just give it to them when they want it to be. So that's the tool that we are trying to build in an hyperlocal avatar, be it Daily Josh, Daily and Josh, and many of our other apps that we're building. We are true Bharat in nature. In fact, we ask people in the interviews, we ask them, do you watch Netflix? Do you watch English content? They say yes. We say reject. So, no, we don't want you guys. We want people who understand that local language, local Bharat. And in fact, all our teams sit out of Pan India. We don't have a culture of a main center like a Bangalore or a Bombay and all. I don't think my team exists in any of those places. They're all sitting out of their places comfortably. That's what pandemic brought us. And today, sitting there, they tell us that you guys are wrong every day. So people like us wake up to AI and a feed failure every day, saying that this is not working in the feed in this language, correct it. So then we actually get the human expert and say that train the feed, train the AI. And that's the constant struggle, I'm sure that another couple of years, once that has been done, then we'll be able to go at scale. Today we are at 80 million DAOs. We're going to go at 150, 200 million DAOs soon. But the journey is huge.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Sundar. I think it's a great insight and a very helpful one, so to speak. I mean, thank you so much. Moving on to Saurabh, he heads the entire digital for Havels, and also it's great to have somebody from the product side. Saurabh specializes in transformation of brands through digitization and creating customer journeys through CRM using AI and ML, so to speak. I think it's safe to assume he's the one of the digital first guy in the entire panel, born a digital native, handling digital from the day one. Saurabh, the question to you is, if you look at today, the consumer, new age consumer is very conscious about their choices and the kind of spend they make. If we go behind 5-6 years back, I mean, the biggest challenge for a consumer in an online space was to throwing up their credit card details. The entire journey of a brand start with how to convince a guy it's safe to give a credit card, and then you start working on the backward in terms of this thing. Fast forward now, people are no more bothered about their flashing their credit cards and everything on the online. It's a passe now. So what it gives more time and more energy of consumers getting into the choices which is coming on its way, that offers coming onto the way. And this is where the entire challenge comes from a client to get into the real marketing and insight, to touch base and convert intent into a sale. So you're the last speaker, and I really want, we had a lot of discussion in terms of how the content, but I think you're the perfect person to throw a light on the tool side of it, on the tech side of it. So how can a brand try to understand this new consumer and what kind of tools they have in their hands, to how to utilize it? So I would request you, please share more on the tech and the tool side of it.
Yeah, thanks, Anup. Definitely, I will come to the tech part of it. But before that, I'm a brand guy, right? So I cannot start a brand story without, technology get integrated into it. So you rightly put it in. We heard, Bharat India debate, which is continuously being on, and also in this panel we have discussed. We also discussed about the content part. You rightly put it in that yes, the consumer has evolved, specifically in the last 5 to 6 years, where we have seen people little bit threatened to share their credit card details. Now consumers are actually searching online and buying offline, and most of them do specifically buy online also. Yes, the experience is changing a lot, and it's actually getting a lot of pressure on the brand managers, right? So yeah, tech part comes in.
Ask everyone on the panel, both on the agency and the brand side,
Yeah, so it's just not only in a TVC which you can just go and shoot and tell that, okay, this is the product you can buy, either a cement, and you say it can actually help your house to be much more stronger. No, it's not like that. It's consumer is everywhere, and it's just not only, it's going to be just seeing something and go and buy. No, they research, and they research to a level where, I take an example of an Tata Steel, which is a Saria, right? I was in a debate within a very good friend of mine on that panel. You will not believe that they sell Saria online of rupees crore, right? So people buy those stuff and do research. So it's just not about a contractor who will just come to you and say that, okay, buy that stuff for your house and this is good, I heard about it. No, it's a consumer is nowadays very, aggressive and finding out the best of what they need. We always talk about brand loyalty, right? And now brand loyalties no longer exist. It's much more. So there are two kind of consumers. One who experience the product first, and that's the reason we see a lot of brands have now started their own, not only the brand shop, but the experience center. You go to Apple, right? They will not ask you any question till 15 minutes till the time you explore the product. So it's much more like an experience, right? Even in our cases also, we have started a project called Havells Experience Centers. We are not selling anything. When you go and buy a fan, it's just like in a box, and you just see a packaging that this is going to be a fan. But you go there and just experience how your fan will look like on a ceiling, right? How a TV would look like on a wall, how a light will look like on a ceiling. So those experiences, or maybe on ground, yeah. And when we talk about the content, and people also get a little bit of brand affinity when they see the content, either on vernacular, right? And we also need to understand the sentiments of the region and create the content that way. So these things are there, and consumer is everywhere on, they are there on searches, right? They figure out which is the nearest store to you. So there are multiple, line items which you always need to, as a brand manager, tick mark those things and need to be, technically enabled, all those tools, right? Either these tools are, maybe these will help you in doing your data stacking. This is going to be your first party data, how you're going to have those third party data in place, and how you're going to affluent those people, right? So when you talk about technology part, yes, from a brand per se, this is what, as every brand manager thinks. Even in those, field where people really don't want to spend a lot of time. They just want to go and buy the product without having a loyalty because it's a need-based product. But yes, you really want to tell those people that, yeah, we are there, right, within this category, and we really want to, change your life with an experience. So when I say so, I give an example of Tata Steel, right? I also would like to give an example of Asian Paint Home Solutions. So what they say, they don't say that, okay, we are here to sell paints. They say we are here to serve you better for your, interiors of your house and homemaking. Yeah. And that's the reason we also say, because Havells as a brand has been to the last point of your switch, we are always there to help you out, right? So deeper into our houses is what our thought is. So from a bedroom to a drawing room, whatever you need from an electrical plug is where we are. So from a fan to a lighting, to MCB, to wires, to kitchen appliances, to water purifier, to a water heater, to personal grooming, whatever you need in your house, they're always there. Now coming back on what a consumer need. Consumer just not only need a product, they also need a service, right? And that service is what best for them. When I say example of Asian Paints, it's just not only a paint, it's a service which comes in what looks better for you. Right. Yeah, if they acquired Sleek, they said, okay, if you're coming for a paint, we also help you out in doing interiors of your kitchens also. Right. And
but
if you,
by the way, it's a very abused term from the agency side, Mera Wala Paint, I'm sure Jedi will resonate with me. Touchy word, for us.
Yeah. So again, I'm saying yes, content is the king, but also when we look from a consumer, the content which they are consuming, in which direction, what point of time. So as I said, if you are doing some kind of a change in your house as a decor, if I do not target that consumer at the right time, I'm gone. Take an example of water purifier. If I'm not using technology and within the time frame, if I'm not telling my product to the consumer, because the window is almost like 3 to 4 days, he is in process of buying the product. If I do not touch base, right?
How do you build your audience?
Okay, so there are two parts to it. One is our own first party data, right, which we collect through multiple sources on our websites and on multiple handles of ours. Second is our third party data. So we have been, integrated programmatic through multiple trading desks and through different SSPs also, right? And there are multiple campaigns towards it. So figure out which genre they lies into and how we can target them. And the technology and the consumer data is so very well attached that the ROI can also be calculated in a level where I see if I spend 100 rupees, even on my third marketplace data, if I spend marketing of rupees 100, what kind of an ROI I actually got it. Right. So those kind of data points.
And also, I'm sure as a brand, we look at the different content generation basis a different data set and the customer journey in terms of where they are.
Right. So it just, for us, it's just not only when we live our campaign with the TVC, right? It's just not only a TVC. Yeah. So it's a proper storytelling. It's a content generation consumption for next 60 days for a consumer, right? So when we plan this, it's properly planned in a way that wherever my consumer goes from a website to my social handles to maybe different multiple influencers, they get my communication very broadly, but different ways.
Right. In fact, it's amazing to see how the tech is coming into the foreplay, entire content creation as well as content amplification as well. So now we have those problematic, and also we have a seamless customer journey where I can change my website basis the campaign. I mean, it will be different to person coming to a campaign, and it will be different to the person coming to a different media. Even I can as a product now, we can change the tiling of a website, and we can switch the UI basis the journey and everything. And I think it's an exciting phase, not only in terms of the content generation, but how you amplify the content and how you publish your content as well. Just a last quick one, just a bit. You touched upon in terms of how the world is moving from CRM to in a CXM format, right? The customer experience format. Anything on the digital content side, on the CXM side as well?
See, as I said, I think I partially covered it in my previous content part.
I just want to touch on the content side of the CXM. I mean, on store, definitely yes. I just want to understand, is there a possibility of the AR, VR, virtual, and that's also kind of a content which is looking into those as well?
Yes. So yes, you rightly put it in, and that's the reason we have been having those technology also integrated into it, right? So though we have an on-ground experience center, but this experience center is also available on your mobile phone, right? So you can experience the entire store and even buy it through a commerce also. So this is a commerce-enabled tool which help you in buying the product from those experience center and how the product look like. So this is one part of it. Second part of it is when I say commerce has also been included through an experience of a storytelling by someone else also. So it can be anyone, it can be you, me, any influencers who actually, so what we have done, we have started a project saying that, okay, as a sample, we give this to any consumer and we just feel it how they feel. Without telling them which brand it is. So we just get and try to capture those as a gesture, and then we take it forward from there.
Thank you so much, Saurabh, for the great insight. I think before Sapna sends me a stinker on a time, let me thank everyone once again. And I think we had a great time starting from Jaideep sir, who took us about the key differentiation between the information and the content. It's great to have Mano and Pooja who talked about how to handle the entire customer journey in terms of different content bucket. At the same time, how to handle B2B communication vis-a-vis a B2C customer. Also, it was great. Sundan, thank you so much. Taking us through entire vernacular journey and how the entire machine learning AI. And I think the biggest takeaway from Sundar is you really can't have a one center for the entire India. It has to be distributed. If you have to generate a content, it has to be distributed at the place where you need to generate a content. That's a super point. And finally, thank you so much, Saurabh, to take us through the entire customer experience, how the move is happening on the customer relationship to customer experience. Before we sum up, I just have a single question. I think both from the brand and from the agency side, the fight of this thing will continue in terms of 2 lakh views, why there's only 2 lakh impression, why there's only 100 views and there's no comment and there's no engagement. We'll continue this fight forever. That's all. But still, if I just request everyone, just one line or one bit of piece of advice for the next level of content generation for the listener, and this thing, what you would like to give? I'll start with Mr. Jaideep. What is just one golden piece of advice for you for the content generation for the listeners? Just to sum it up, one line.
Like I said, stop creating, start understanding. That's it.
Super, great. Manohar.
There is no, it is a process. It has to be evolved. There is no one fitted answer for that. We have to experiment. We have to go with iterations, and that is what digital marketing, relevance of digital marketing, we are realizing today. So it allows us to experiment and then learn and move on and do the course correction. So I think the digital marketing is the way forward, not only from engagement, but also for understand the user needs and requirements. We are talking about AI, chat bots and all. How do we
I think Manohar, I think Sundar is reaching on to talk about bite-sized content and and the notification. But agree. We take your point. I mean, Pooja, one last bit of.
I think nowadays what we need is to embrace and to empathize, as Jaideep mentioned. And actually, the users are looking to have more meaningful conversation with the brand, rather than simply having, the bombarding of the content that is happening. And as Sundar mentioned, there's a time band of just 3 seconds to make an impact and to convert a customer to a consumer.
Great. Thank you, Pooja. Sundar, the last one bit from you.
Only will be Gar Gar Mein creator hai. Just keep watching them. That's it.
Cool, great.
So I think content is everywhere. You just need to close your eyes and figure it out and understand and create. That's what I can say.
I think great. Thank you so much. I think it's all about putting up a content, create a bit of aura around it, put some mystique, and spread a lot of love around it for the people to consume. I think that's all about content, so to speak. I mean, Sapna, over to you. Thank you so much once again, Sapna, for giving us this opportunity, and thank you so much, Exchange Pro Media. I think it's long overdue to start the digital journey, and I think there can't be a better time than this. Thank you so much, Sapna. Over to you.
Yeah, fantastic. That's right. As our panel members are saying, content is everywhere and content creators are there in every home. One question, very interesting question, is about the voice search now. We have Alexas and Google Assistant and Siris, and most of our SEOs are optimized for screen, results through screen. So how is this voice search going to impact content marketing or digital marketing? So your views, Anup, let's start from you. How do you feel this is going to impact, or is it already impacting?
I think already impacting. I think we are missing the point. It should be like, Alexa, how much time left for this panel discussion? It should come back like. I think we are at the age where connectivity is the essence of everything. I think we are living that age now. You start. You start from your home. What you listen on a Spotify or let's say any of this thing that goes into your car to your workstation, everything, and that's one musical journey. But if you talk about any journey, the thing it's connected everywhere. We talk about connectivity, be it instrument, be it this, be it homes in reality and anywhere. But at the same time, I think. If I talk about my personal experience now, I ensure that once I'm in a car, I use a lot of voice command. Not that I like it. At times, it is irritating if I have people around in the car and I have to apologize to them and say that I'm doing it so that Siri can become better. The AI start kicking in and start understanding my language better, because I know that's the future. So that's what my take to it is.
That's right. Voice searches are very specific. So is it also impacting the SEOs or the way the content is, kind of being designed for the websites, etc.?
Yeah, so 100%. If you look at anything, I think even if you look at the website, so to speak, everything is voice enabled now. If you look at searches, voice enabled now. I think the time has come. If you're traveling anywhere, you don't type anymore. You just, even to a Google map, you just give a command, right? Even to your phone.
Right.
That's the reality. The biggest challenge, so to speak, when we talk about technology, how good it is, people as a first reaction is always averse from it. People run away because change of any kind, especially technology, is always put you in a little backward. So I think this is a time when everyone has to start looking at embracing the change in technology, and I'm sure the voice is there to stay.
Right. So things are changing, evolving constantly. Sundar, your comments on that, how voice searches are changing. Like you mentioned, the attention spans are getting smaller, the screen sizes are getting smaller. So how the voice searches are impacting the SEOs and the digital marketing?
In fact, just not the voice, it's actually going to be audio in various formats that's going to impact. So when there is a time when there is visual commitment to a particular screen, when you don't have that time, that's when audio search and audio listening will take over. Right. And that's the next gap in the market today. So audio listenership already, if you look at some of the pioneers in the market in the lines of Pocket FM or a Cuckoo FM for the matter, some of the digital guys already there, you would have seen that almost close to 32 minutes time spent is already available in audio listening formats. So if there is an audio listening format available, when there is a creation, there has to be a creator. So the creator is going to be audio search, and audio search is obviously going to be the next wave for all of us. And I think some of us have to be prevalent and get it done today. It can't be kept for tomorrow.
So this is one area where we are going to see lot more evolutions or new things happening.
I think it's already evolved. All you need, like I would say that, like Anup said, that we have to train the AI for various instruction, and I think as idiots we're already doing it for all the foreign companies.
Right.
So when just a matter of one more year and they all will be trained.
Okay, fantastic. For our, Jaideep Gandhi, one question is that should brands and marketeers avoid political and social topics? One line from our other panel members, Mr.
At
Gandhi.
the time, it is relevant to our consumer. Okay, it's making it interesting. It's making it engaging. I think there is no clause that you can't do it. In fact, I would love to add to what Sundar said about Bharat. Like if you see our own Prime Minister, he's the best content creator.
Right.
He's engaged the entire India into one vision. That is content creation. And just wanted to add one more element, if I can, about the voice part which you mentioned. So last week I was in Hyderabad, and I was sitting in a cab, and I told him, take me to Gachibowli in this address. I said, Google pe laga do. So he didn't know English, of course, but he just immediately took his mobile in his hand and just voiced it out. And he was the smile which I saw on his face, the pride that I can communicate, I can understand. This is the power of the medium which is going to create. Imagine the funnel which is going to be widened because of the voice.
Right, that's right.
Have so many people connected to it, those who don't know language.
That's right. So from Pooja, Manohar and Saurabh, the question, should brands avoid political and social topics in their content marketing? One line before we close this panel. Pooja, starting from you.
I think it is not now. Since inception, if you see Amul, it has been very local in its narrative, and it has always tried to use topical content. If it creates interest and it's relevant to the audience, then definitely we should continue.
Okay. Manohar, your views on that, quick views there.
Brands should be very sensitive to this subject. We have already seen the recent experiences with Tanishq and a couple of other brands. So again, if it is for a social cause related, like, there was a political agenda of the ruling government regarding Swachh Bharat, but it is a social cause, so all brands followed it. So therefore, we have to choose the relevant topic vis-a-vis our brand and vis-a-vis the
relevance and sensitivity. I believe. Saurabh, what do you have to say?
See, as a professional, yes, but as a brand manager, we are always been very, as I said, everyone very sensitive. Okay. And we try to choose and circle what we really want to communicate and not. So on the both side of the stories.
Right. So you would like to have a moment marketing, make use of the topical issues, but also be creative, be sensitive. And yes, as our panel member said, voice searches are something which are going to kind of, again, change a lot of dynamics in the content marketing. And the takeaway we have got is content is the king and context is the queen. So with that, thank you all our members of this panel so much for being here with us. Anu, for that wonderful moderation of this session. Pooja, for being here with us. Sundar, Mr. Jaideep Gandhi, Manohar and Saurabh for being here, sharing your views and opinions on this very interesting topic of content marketing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Sapna.
Thank you. So that was quite a wonderful conversation. So let's get on to welcome our next set of speakers and an equally interesting topic where we talk about lead generation, art and science of converting opportunities into sales. So let me introduce our panel members. We welcome our moderator of the session, Ashwinder R. Singh, CEO Residential, Bharti Urban, and he's a best-selling author. Ashwinder Singh was CEO Residential JLL India and UAE and Group Business Head Bajaj Housing Finance. He is an admired entrepreneur in the Indian startup ecosystem, is a member of the CII Northern Region, Distinguished Infrastructure and Real Estate Committee, and is also on the advisory board of RICS SBE and Amity University. He is also the author of the renowned bestseller book, The A to Z of Residential Real Estate. Let me now welcome our speakers of the session, introducing in an alphabetical order, Abhishek Jain, co-founder and managing director, Therapact Technology Private Limited. Abhishek Jain co-founded Therapact after a span of 14 years in the US and parts of EMEA with the vision of combining a powerful mix of technologies to transform the way most organizations and people will be able to and enable drive customer experience in a bespoke and futuristic manner. Arun Anand, co-founder Flow Realty, is our next panel member. He has a strong experience in setting up and running various functions of marketing, such as product marketing, sales, brand management, pricing, profitability management, media planning, pre-sales, consumer research, market intelligence, and so on. Our next eminent panel member is Mr. Jayesh Rathod, Director, The Guardian's Real Estate Advisory. He is one of the founding members and the director of the Guardian's Real Estate Advisory and hence the product strategy and marketing functions. His able understanding and experience of product design has helped the organization add unprecedented value to projects consulted by the company. Our next panel member, let me introduce Mr. Manoj Chelani, Chief Sales Officer, Arvind Smart Spaces. Mr. Chelani is an astute sales professional with overall experience of nearly 2 decades in IT, ITES, and real estate sector. He has been associated with Arvind Smart Spaces since 2019 and previously has worked with companies like Tech Mahindra, Lodha, Radius Developers, and Runwal Group in key managing roles. Our next panel member, let me introduce Dr. Mohit Ram Singhani, Chief Sales Officer, Luxury Sales and Marketing, Shapoorji Pallonji Real Estate. Dr. Mohit Ram Singhani is responsible for setting up luxury portfolio and mobilization of the current set of luxury assets. During his 2 decades long career, he has gained robust cross-industry expertise across real estate, banking, and financial services. I now request our moderator to take over the session and carry forward the conversation. Mr. Singh, over to you now.
Thank you, Sapna. I hope I'm audible, and as always, a rocking introduction and always full of energy. A warm welcome to all my panelists. It's such an interesting panel that I've got to moderate, and I'm truly lucky because I've been getting barrage of questions from everybody. People have been quite interested in this very important subject because finally this is where the rubber hits the road when we talk about content marketing, we talk about social media marketing, or we talk of anything to do with digital. Finally, what we want is to have an impact on our bottom line. And who better than all of you who kind of run your functions and businesses in a manner to drive business, grow the bottom line, increase value for all the shareholders. So the art and science of lead generation, converting opportunities into sales is what exactly business is all about. But here we are kind of making it a little more focused by bringing in digital marketing into it. If I recollect, I started working in 98, 97. We started when we spoke about digital marketing. At times it was, it started with SMS. And at time, the only thing that was digital was SMS way back in 92, 93. Then, search engine marketing came into play. Google became very popular, AdWords, so on and so forth. Then Facebook ads became quite a thing where people started doing lead generation on Facebook. Chatbots came in, infographics came in. We are talking about now VR wearables. And as we keep on talking about the way this entire digital landscape has transformed, suddenly WhatsApp is becoming a science, which was only just a medium. So it's a very interesting landscape to discuss about. I was just looking at some figures. The total advertising spend in the digital world in the last 10 years has grown from 2,000 odd crores to 36,000 crores across all industries. In the last 10 years, that is the kind of digital spend that has happened. And if I say that even if the total spend of the total digital real estate is 5%, we are talking about 1,500 on the digital side only. This number can be 2,000, 2,500, 3,000 crores. But what I want to say is that digital is the way forward. And the last 2 years, the challenges that we have seen, suddenly it is digital that has come to the rescue of everyone. So that's the broad introduction I wanted to give before we getting into this interesting conversation. Jayeshji, my first question is to you. You are the rock star in Mumbai, and I believe Guardian is doing very well. I wish you were in Bangalore also, and you would have taken away some burden of my real estate sales also for Bhartiya. But I look forward to kind of welcoming you at the airport whenever you come next, because finally it's all about sales in the real estate world. My question to you is that, real estate is one of the industry which is employing maximum marketing channels, and performance marketing is playing a very crucial role in today's world. So what is performance marketing or lead generation according to you? Is it about being more creative, or is it about following a process, or how do you look at multiple channels which are there, and what are your views on this overall subject? You're on mute.
So thank you, Ashwinda, for giving this opportunity and starting this from me. Certainly, based on 6 years of experience was journey. When we started, also digital was just about to begin in real estate, and today, the last year turnover was what, 8,200 crore. So certainly the digital marketing. So we have a member of 29-member team in marketing department, and out of which 7 people are looking into the digital marketing. Answering it to your questions, that what is an importance to give the process of performance marketing, or is it only good to be creative? I'll put it this way, that certainly a real estate being a high value ticket size, whenever we are in the mandate business, so when we take the project on a mandate basis to sell of any developer, certainly a budget is derived that, okay, 2% is for marketing, out of which how much is going to be going for digital. And the beauty of digital marketing is performance based. So advertiser is only getting paid for every results, like whether it is impression, click, inquiry, or the leads, or the walking which happen at the site. Now, certainly a process of identifying the right audience, the target group based on the experience and the data which we have already is very, very critical, because that will set the base for any digital marketing agency which we appoint to do the marketing of our product and reach to the client. So process is very, very important. But at the same time, Ashwinda, the creative, we cannot ignore it. The content which, the earlier group were discussing about is equally important. Like few days back, I was just discussing with my digital marketing head that why one particular project is doing so well, where in Dadar, apartment was 7 crore plus, 2 deals got closed without visiting the site. Whereas we keep, because the content and the creative was so strong for that product that it has led to a good quality target audience, which was defined in the process of digital marketing. And we had a conversion of 2 deals, despite of the ticket size is very high. So giving equal importance to both, I will say 70-80% is process, which is very important. But at the same time, a good content, a good offer, a good spot closure offers, or how we call it in real estate language, can always give a good quality leads to the digital marketing team for making follow-up and pushing them for the site visit.
Very nice, very interesting. I think one of the very interesting points that Jayesh you've kind of raised. I just moved to Arun, and I want to know from Arun. Arun, what is your perspective on this entire topic before we get into other conversations? Because you kind of look at a 360-degree perspective in Flow Reality. So if you can quickly, in a brief, kind of explain your perspective.
Absolutely. Am I audible?
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, Jayesh Bhai did brilliantly summarize that. So the key takeaway is that you need to be creative where you need to be creative, and you need to be disciplined in process where you need to be disciplined. For example, sourcing. When it comes to sourcing, as Jayesh Bhai said, one aspect of it is advertising, the content creation, and exciting a customer and creating desire at that level. Second aspect is sourcing of a channel partner. You need to be creative there also. Of course, the content plays a role there, but it's also about how you engage with them, how you excite them, how you build relationship with them. Third part is the pre-sales part. When a client is on the line after seeing everything in the website or Zoom, he's on the line. There is an element of creativity coming there also. This is what you mean as the sales gimmick or the sales what do you call gift of gab, whatever you call. So there are various elements of creativity according to me, not just at the marketing creative, but at the channel partner level, how can you be creative? At digital level also, while being process following process, you can still be creative. For example, how do we retarget certain audiences in a creative way? How do you follow certain people who have searched about your project in Google? How do you follow them on some other sites in a more creative way? So there is element of creativity within the process itself that we follow. And it is not limited to the advertising alone. That's a very important part. But in addition to that, all aspects of sourcing, distribution, all aspects of pre-sales, sales, engagement, including how do you get the check out of the customer is also an element of creativity. So both have to go hand in hand. If you fail on one, the entire exercise is going to be futile.
Thank you, Arun. You rounded up pretty well and covered some of the major aspects. Abhishek, coming to you, I would really want to know, and I'm quite interested in kind of understanding that we see most of the firms are rapidly adopting, conversational AI. And what do you think are the advantages and disadvantages of conversational AI in your opinion? Does it become too impersonal at times, or is it able to kind of deliver the objective that a business is trying to achieve through that? And what are the objectives people have when they are looking at adopting this kind of a technology?
Well, thank you for that, Ashwinder, and nice to meet you all. Happy to be here. Good afternoon. So, Ashwinder, it's a great question, actually. And we have been grappling with, a very specific type of application/solution that we have been working with here as well. So I would like to actually take this up and break it up into two parts, right? So there is obviously conversational AI, which is everything around artificial intelligence and all the fuss around the natural programming language and what it entails, chatbots, what you have made, and how realtors are now creating a very interesting globalized platform in trying to solve this problem in real estate. The other part where I would like to stress more on is where all of this is also moving into a 360-degree customer experience technology approach. So while conversational AI addresses a very simple, straightforward solution, where at least where I believe the advantages being that it is designed to assist clients for a property, helping them with giving absolutely unsolicited attention and experience. That is really where the crux of all of this started, right? And all the drama around conversational AI really started. And then now, since you all would agree, or all marketers and experts in your own, domains, and you've been grappling with this every single day, almost 71% of these type of marketers are now concluded that AI will be helpful, which means that if I want to smooth out virtual scheduling aspect, right? So that someone has visited, you have this constant, I actually followed some of the conversation in the previous discussion where they were talking about, how content marketing is changing in real time so much, where people are constantly upgrading their landing pages or their websites or things of that nature. But how is that really solving, a real problem? Where if I take you into a landing page to any of my campaigns, and if I convert this into an actual qualified lead, as an example, right? That's what we all are really working towards. That's why the spends attribute. So how is the conversational AI bit, if you're talking about chatbots specifically, how is it helping the sales and marketing folks, like all of us here in our teams, increase the quality of their work, right? So today, I feel that it's solving a lot of problems faster. You are able to use your highly paid employees, which is your high digital marketing teams and sales teams, to really work on staying busy outside the simple customer, incidents or escalations. That is the most important thing with AI. Some disadvantages are that the customization and integration of such, applications is always a tardy process. And that is what creates a lot of apprehension in our customers' minds, at least with the real estate companies that we work with and we talk to on a day in, day out. And then, of course, they are not able to rely on a very high qualified lead gen process. So while customers are able to get prompt responses through AI, the experience becomes where the sharing of data, like for example, if you're on a chatbot, sure, I'm having a 24/7 chatbot conversation with any XYZ company, but I'm still restricted to the kind of data I'm able to share, especially when you deal with new launch or relaunch projects in predominantly in the residential environment today. I'm very limited to how I'm able to help a customer visualize that project only through a chatbot, right? So I think that piece of AI is yet to be cracked, I feel, and I think that's a very interesting time where customer experience technology piece comes into play really well, where you're engaging a potential client towards very interesting aspects. So as an example, today, what do? We evaluate a customer on a maturity level in 3 parts, right? So we say, okay, can we implement, which means that it's a new solution for a first-time mover, right? So if you take Bharatiya City in your case, or you take Lodha, or you take, Prestige, Oberoi, anyone you take, right? Or do you modernize? Do you replace an existing solution that you're already implementing as something you're doing for customer experience? Or you supplement it, right? Which means that you enhance that solution. So that's the way I see any type of AI, chatbot, customer experience tech being implemented in a company. And I'd like to conclude this by saying that there are a few aspects. One is, of course, integration we talked about. So if it is not seamlessly integrating with your, your CRMs or your Salesforce tools for that matter, it is going to be redundant again. Data breakthrough. So it has to, the client today is definitely not the patient one, right? So they want to ensure that, while they're waiting for a detailed, explanation on the property, how are you helping them visualize that piece, and how well is that data or visualization curated for the customer? That's a very important piece. And then, of course, that kind of results in good qualified lead gen. So I know my sales teams and marketing teams are having a much higher level, more mature conversations with customers when we are trying to convert that opportunity into a sale. So I would think that that's my take on where we are with artificial intelligence versus customer experience tech, but that's where we're at.
Thank you, Abhishek, for your insightful comments.
Thank you.
My next question is to Manoj. And Manoj, this is something which I have always been thinking a lot about. And I would want your perspective that what is the difference when you are serving a digital lead versus a non-digital lead? Is there a difference? And if there is a difference, how does the process pan out, and how do you look at it from beginning to the end?
Right. So good afternoon, everyone. And thanks, Ashwinder, for this question. I'm not sure if this question was identified for me, but it so happens that I started my real estate journey with managing the pre-sales function for a realty company. And, this is something that I started working on very early in real estate. So I believe every lead should be served the moment it is received in the CRM system. However, there are certain sources or leads that are generated through a certain source which enjoy a higher conversion percentage. So, for example, leads that come in through, say, Google, for that matter, where the user has gone ahead and searched for the brand or the specific project, they tend to convert higher at maybe a 2x or a 3x premium. Leads wherein the user himself keys in his name, email, and contact details again tend to convert higher, because that's the effort taken by the consumer to actually key in details. Similarly, again, talking about incoming calls coming in from a newspaper advertisement tend to convert higher than some of the other ATL sources. Having said that, overall, it is extremely important that we timely service every lead, because with passing time, the customer who's probably, or the consumer who's probably searching us or probably has seen a Facebook ad might forget about the specific ad after a few minutes. So it's extremely important that the faster you get in touch with the customer, the better the recall. And it's also about the timely follow-up of these leads. So most of the times when you have contact centers, it is also important that it's not just the first interaction or the first time that we service the lead. It is also about how frequently we follow up with the customer, and we ensure that the engagement is built on. There's always a chance that a consumer has spoken with us maybe on one of the weekdays, and most of these customers would end up being free for a site visit over the weekend. So it's not just the first day when you connect with them, or the first few minutes in which you connect with them, but it's also that constant follow-up that you do with that specific customer. How do you keep engaging with that customer again? And that's where the digital space has made it very exciting, right from dropping them some imagery of the project, dropping them an e-brochure over a WhatsApp or on an email. Those kind of small interactions that a pre-sales or a telesales person can actually do with the consumer actually enhances the overall the connect with the customer, and there's no disconnect there. And by the time the consumer is at the project or as at the sales office, the consumer is much more informed about the project. He's ripe. He's pre-cooked for him to come and visit the project. So again, it depends on how frequently we connect with the customer before the site visit. So the follow-up is extremely important. Also the quality of conversation. So like Arun mentioned, it is about being creative even in your conversations while you're interacting with the consumer. So the telesales person or the pre-sales person, whoever is managing that specific inquiry, needs to be well trained on the product, has to be able to pass on the right kind of information, also extract a lot of information from the customer, right from understanding what is the need that the customer has. Are we pitching him or her the right product? Maybe cross pitching a different product which the customer is not inquired for, but which fits the requirement of the customer. That again makes a lot of difference. Again, the persistence and the zeal with which the telesales agent would reach out to the consumer, that makes a lot of difference. So broadly, that's very important. In the contact center matrix that we generally look at, for better lead servicing, the average lead servicing time should not be beyond 5 to 7 minutes. And that is something that we watch very closely at Arvind Smart Spaces. So right from the time a lead comes into the system, at least during the working hours, we try to ensure that every lead is serviced in a 5 to 7 minute time frame. Even leads that have actually come in overnight, we ensure that upon start of business, we at least give them a call within the first 10 minutes of opening shops.
Excellent, Manoj. It is sales written all over you. The way you're talking certainly shows that you work tremendously at a grassroots level, and I'm sure your organization is benefiting a lot from that experience. I would want to come to Arun on this, and Mohit, I will come to you after this, because I just wanted to connect this question with Arun, because Arun has been a senior leader with a reputed developer also, and is now in the consulting side of the work and doing multiple other things, including sales. Arun, what is your view on this important subject in terms of the way I would kind of change it is that what is the best way to serve a digital lead, and how complicated or simplistic this process can be to drive maximum productivity out of it? Manoj has covered some aspect of it, but I want you to cover the other aspect of it.
So Manoj articulated quite beautifully, quite impressed by as Ashwinder rightly said, It was sales written all over the entire process, adherence, and all these things. The only small point that I would like to add is, for example, if I say Arun ran faster than Manoj, or both of us contested in a race. Arun reached 5 seconds earlier. The question is, who runs faster? Everybody will say Arun ran faster. Then when I say that Manoj was carrying a 10 kilogram bag with him or 20 kilogram bag with him, who delivered better? Perhaps it's Manoj. When you again ask a question like, but Arun recently was unwell for 2 months, and he is then within a span of 20 days, he has practiced and achieved this milestone. Then again, if you ask, the answer will tilt back to Arun. Then again, if you give one more something about Manoj, one more variable about Manoj, people will think Manoj has delivered better. So the key question here is not A or B. The key question here is how much context you have about the lead. So in digital, for example, the biggest advantage of which unfortunately real estate people, including me, are not using is the contextual information that can accompany every digital lead. And for example, when you say that this guy has inquired from Facebook, but he has also spent 1 hour on your website yesterday. Plus, he has also, spent 2 minutes on your section or the page where the pricing information was given. When I add multiple contextual information to it, I suddenly know that, hey, this is a hot lead. This is not just a mere Facebook lead I have got. Similarly, when a CP is giving, a channel partner is giving us a lead, that is the only reason why CP leads convert better is because generally the channel partners give you more context about the customer, that this customer is, he has been inquiring in these 3 projects, uska Carle mein nahi hua, embassy Lake Terraces ko jamega hai, he has got the budget. He's having this kind of job. He has just sold an apartment there and he has got the cash in the account. So what happens is digital gives you a lot of learning about the customer. For example, if you do a geo targeting lead, and if we know that the person has inquired in Facebook while he was driving in Electronic City, if I get this much information, I can be certain that he was in Electronic City probably for a property hunt, and he has seen your hoarding and then probably inquired on Facebook. This could be one of the results. So similarly, the how to add up this piece, what Manoj said is all about lead servicing. It's absolutely bang on. But if you add the contextual information along with the lead servicing, the creativity, then the person's creativity can work. This ये lead को ऐसे probe करके A बोलना है ये lead को, और ये lead को A बोलना है. Somebody needs to be told a certain language, somebody needs to be spoken to in a certain other language. So when the process and the information, the data, the process and the creativity comes, that is when the game completely changes. Digital lead, all of us know that it's been the most hated, especially Facebook lead. Everybody says it's all junk. But I think we should all take enough steps to ensure that we have some contextual information also coming. We should also tell our agencies that these 4-5 information also you try to give me. And we should have the necessary programming or the plugins, as they call it, into our website. And then the story will suddenly unravel and into a beautiful one. So that's my 2 cents.
Actually, Sapna and Tripti have kept the name very right, art or a science, because context is art and process is science, and you've covered both of them very well. And I love your structured thought process, Arun, around this.
Thank you.
So very interesting topic. And I have one very interesting question for Jayesh that I'm going to ask after I cover Mohit. So Mohit, thanks for your patience.
Thank you.
As they say, the best is kept for the last. What I want to understand from you, Mohit, is that you look after luxury. Correct. And when it comes to lead generation, I want to understand how challenging is the digital lead generation in the luxury space. Do technology like virtual tours and various other AI driven features help you in generating a higher quality of lead in the luxury segment? And how do you see overall luxury segment panning out vis-a-vis the digital lead generation function? I think Mohit, can you hear us? Maybe we'll come back to him. I think he might have to re-log in. Jayesh ji, I have one important question, especially for you. One, I want to understand, why is the world so attracted towards mandate vis-a-vis this is a personal question that I want to ask you, vis-a-vis the open market brokerage that I got into, but I also did a little bit of mandate when I was in Anarok. But one, I want to understand from you, and I more importantly want to understand, how does the digital lead generation aspect, does it have a role in the mandate world, or is it only a open property sales business where digital marketing plays a bigger role in lead generation? If you can, give your detailed insight into both these aspects.
So I love that things when you said it is a personal thing, but asking on the professional, I would love to answer both the way. Which one you like to know first, the first question or the second one?
I would love the first and then the second, because then it will create the context to it.
A mandate sales, I will put it, we started 6 years back with 6 people. Today we are 850 plus. So certainly a niche which was identified during those years. I will give you a very quick, in a very small discussion, quickly, that category B developer, which are performing so well, is 65% of Bombay's real estate, but nobody knew them. And nobody professional like me after 13 years of experience would have joined them on a job or on a pay scale, because certainly CTC which we had during those years was high. Now, understanding that there is a great potential, there is a need, they have a track record, they have a delivery track record, their financial closure, discipline, process, approval, everything in place. Only thing which was missing is that sales, which is more scientific process, which you rightly said, half an hour before, is the key for achieving the overall number and the sales as a target. We identified this need, we understood, and we actually went ahead to start the Guardians. So mandate sales is going to be a future as far as the the game of real estate is concerned. How a developer is outsourcing the contractor, architectural, purchase, and various other function, except one, which is approval, because approval is always close to developers' heart, and they have kept it with them. Sales and marketing as a function is already been outsourced to various agencies like Guardians, Anarok, and Xanadu. I don't mind taking names of, they are my competitor, but they are brothers to us, and we do a fabulous business in Bombay. Answering it to your second question, how a digital marketing is very, very critical for a mandate player like us. Now, or maybe any developer who is doing a free sale. So digital marketing is unavoidable. Everybody is on smartphone. Everybody wants to buy, see, at least not touch, because that's not possible in digital marketing, but experience, get the information about any product online at a click of a button. So do real estate. Now, whether a developer does digital marketing through his own team, through his own sales and marketing, they will be doing it. And for a player like us, who is a mandate player, all the more important, because when we have more than 28 projects to handle at a time, we cannot go away from digital marketing in terms of creating the lead. Second, I think somewhere you asked me the question that a broker doing a digital marketing to generate the leads versus we doing a digital marketing to generate more leads. Now, example, if we as a mandate player do not do digital marketing spend on a particular project or taking on a mandate basis, the cost per lead will go so high for a broker who would love to work on a project. So to help those brokers who are actually contributing to the project, we also have to spend on a digital marketing in a much more aggressive manner, which will bring that 360-degree surround to the project in that particular micro market, in that particular target audience. To an extent, answering it to your question, Ashwinder, before we start doing any project sale or giving information to the broker, we call the meeting with them, and to the identified potential broker, we give a good insight about who is the target audience, what is the ticket size, which geographical location you should tap in the digital marketing, start spending when we go aggressive, at the same time. So it is like win-win situation for both of us. No doubt the lead may click to me, our platform also, or to the broker's platform also. In the formula is whichever broker has got the site visit, the customer has been tagged to that broker. So certainly unavoidable, and whether a developer does, which we do as a mandate sales, will definitely help to overall broker digital activation which happens.
But my question is that if you as a mandate holder are spending on digital lead generation, and you are also aggregating the broker who is also doing lead generation, will the cost per lead for the broker who is also in turn selling for you not go up very high?
In fact, it comes down. It is the other way around. If I don't spend money on the digital marketing as a mandate player, because the limited, suppose even if he spent 2 lakh rupee or a 1 lakh rupee, the limited leads will come, and certainly the visibility aspect, brings it's a very small reach by spending only 1 or 2 lakh.
Understood.
The moment we as a developer or as a mandate player start spending say 10 lakh rupee in the first 2 weeks or 3 weeks, that gives a good surrounding effect to the overall audience which you want to target, and their cost per leads actually goes down. So everywhere we have experienced, when we go low, their cost of leads go high.
Interesting. I thought the other way around, because I thought there are few keywords and more people are bidding towards those keywords. But I will kind of come back to this, but very interesting perspective. Mohit, coming back to you.
Yeah, sorry, there was a technical glitch.
No problem. Coming back to you, so I would like to understand from you, Mohit, that when it comes to lead generation, how different is lead generation for luxury projects, and what is the role of technology like virtual tours and chatbots assisting you in generating leads? And how do you look at the overall digital landscape of lead generation in the luxury segment of real estate?
Sure. So Ashwinderji, it is very different when it comes to luxury. The primary reason being you are catering to a different set of target audience altogether. The psychology differs. So ideally, if you see how do you track performance of a marketing campaign with respect to a mid and affordable ticket size or maybe a luxury ticket size will definitely differ, because the parameters will be different. So as your target audience differs, so I'll begin with maybe a mid or affordable ticket size of around 50 lakhs to 2 crore rupees. So my target audience is ideally an individual who is a salaried guy earning between 5 lakh rupees to 50 lakh rupees per annum, or maybe a small business guy who is in the same income bracket. So he's looking for a home or maybe investment point of view, and he's very clear. He has identified a location. He knows in that location he's looking for a specific typology, a 2 BHK, 3 BHK or anything in a specific budget which matches his requirement. So he already knows there are 4 to 5 projects in that micro market which will suit his requirement. So ideally in my marketing campaign, to attract him as my customer, so my performance will be evaluated on the conversion. So basically, in my marketing campaign, the number of leads I receive, the number of walk-ins I receive, and the number of bookings I receive, which can be tracked in this kind of a ticket size. But wherein when you come to a luxury ticket size, my target audience is very different. He's already an established guy who has emerged in life. What he's looking for, though definitely he's looking for a home, pricing and payment schedule does matter to him also. But what matters to him? So when, let's take it, if I go with a digital campaign, so even for him to look at my digital campaign, so my focus will be more onto brand, more onto the product, more onto the experience, so that he gets excited and maybe he inquires about the same. So when my luxury client inquires about the same, normally in most of the cases, he will never inquire directly, as he's already established he will have a secretary, or maybe he will have an assistant. He will share those details with the concerned assistant or secretary. That person will go online, inquire about the product, putting in his or her details, and then ultimately when the concerned individual gets the details, he will share with my end user. And again, my end user, after evaluating the details, he will have an influencer in between. So the influencer will be one of the channel partners with whom he has been dealing since quite some time. And why channel partner? Because number one, he has been dealing with him, so there is a trust factor. Number two, that channel partner will be working with him and guiding him with respect to multiple properties. And number three, he wants comfort. Comfort is his first priority. So he will be more comfortable only to come for a site visit maybe once or twice. And secondly, to come for the registration and to book a flat. So in fact, when the conversation started, as Jayesh rightly said, the customer experience with respect to digitally, how important it is. So in fact, I would like to appreciate Jayesh's campaign. In fact, Jayesh, I've shared your campaign with multiple people. I saw the same on LinkedIn. In fact, everyone present over here should look at the campaign. It is so beautifully carved from Bombay Realty, which Jayesh has done. So ideally, if you look at that video, so it will give you an example of a channel partner meet itself. So in fact, I believe that video will end the channel partner meet. So it is more onto a customer and plus a channel partner focus. So like how we used to do a channel partner meet in any of the product launches. So we display the product, we display the features, the proposition. And at the same point in time, as most of us would have done a channel partner meet. So the way we used to project, the best part I liked about the presentation is that how we display a product, like we display a price, maybe 100 rupees. Then we say, oh, this price is a little higher. So we, to create excitement, then we finally come up to 90 and then say 80 rupees is the final price. That is what they have done in their presentation. And the product is so beautifully carved with the animation in the background and two individuals actually presenting it in the form of a dance. So that is what matters, to create the brand, to create the product, to create the experience. And that is, and anyone who looks a campaign like this will get excited and will want to inquire about the project. And again, to come back to the question with respect to track performance of the lead. So obviously the lead generation works in a very different fashion. In a mid to affordable segment, there are three important factors: price, payment schedule, and the ticket size. Wherein in luxury as a product, there are three important factors: brand, customer experience, and the product. So over here, if you track the performance with respect to the number of leads received vis-a-vis the marketing campaign, you will never get an actual number, not exactly the actual number, because even if you get a number, so maybe it could not be the end user who has inquired about it. It is the assistant who has entered his details, and ultimately the customer end user is coming through a different source. So the number of the actual conversion of the marketing campaign with respect to walk-in booking will not be an exact number. So to conclude this, the lead generation in luxury works in a very different manner, and the most
I think unfortunately Mohit's internet connection is not that great. Maybe we'll get back to him again. I quickly want to ask Abhishek, your perspective.
landscaping partner, maybe showing the facade, creating the experience, virtual presentation. Yeah, sorry. With respect to virtual presentation and with respect to artificial intelligence, so ideally it used to never work in luxury, and it was never even practiced in the past, except for sharing a few videos on WhatsApp with the customers. But I still remember in the month of April, May 2020, when the lockdown actually started. So the virtual thing came into place because it was impossible for us to go out and meet the customer and even to take the customer to the site. So the only option was, and the need was being created to create a virtual site experience, as in the live site experience, as in when a customer walks into the site. So right from entering the gate to taking an elevator to going to the amenities level to going to the show flat. So exactly what a customer does when he enters a physical site, the same thing we need to do it in the form of a video, which worked in most of the cases, but it worked more in a small ticket size. And that has been proven, especially in the month of April, May, when the customers were not visiting at all. It was not allowed as per the government. So I still remember I was on a WhatsApp group of my organization, wherein every half an hour, there used to be a EOI or a check in a small ticket size, which used to be closed. And I was thinking that when will it happen in luxury? Because actually there was no traction, zero traction in luxury in the month of April and May 2020. But since June 2020, the scenario got reversed. In fact, there was so much of traction in luxury, and that was because all the virtual experience which we created, so all the clients had already gone through the project. They had a clear idea about the project, but ultimately the final closure happened when they physically visited the project and they closed. So artificial intelligence, I will say virtual tools might work slightly in case of luxury as a product. It will be an influencer, but ultimately the booking happens when the customer visits the site. And with respect to chat box and so I feel
no, I understand. I understand, Mohit. I think you have put it very nicely, and because you are right there and you are driving this, we understand what is the balance and the difference that is coming out. I will come back to you. A quick question that I want to ask Abhishek and Manoj both. I want their different views because Abhishek comes more from a tech perspective and Manoj more from a sales and a business perspective. Abhishek, by when do you think is it possible that real estate residential sales will start happening 100% online, which is you generate the lead online, you do a virtual tour, you implement various technology and digital tools, and you get into a Zoom call, you show the inventory, you show the overall site, and you close the deal end to end. When do you think this will happen as a BAU process in our lives? Or only our children or their children will be able to see this?
I was somehow expecting this to come my way, this question. So thank you for that. No, I think, Dr. Mohit had a very, very interesting point. So I will actually, sort of converge this question of yours with his pointer on where he talked about specifically how the virtual experience or virtual reality in the world of luxury real estate, how does it work? And then I will address, Shwindar, your question too, because I feel it's a double-edged sword here in one way, right? So at the end of the day, see what happens is, and as Dr. Boyd said, we had a very interesting, take towards this during COVID. And what we launched was, a virtual sales office or a virtual marketing office solution. And that was our sort of take to this problem, because we saw it really prevalent, especially between the first and the second wave of COVID. And what we realized is, and we had obviously worked with one of the premium developers there in Mumbai at the time, where we said we are going to create a digital replica. So a complete digital twin of your site office or your sales office. So we took the entire square footage the way it is. So let's say they said, we want a 10,000 square feet built up virtual sales office. Now, of course, virtually you're not limited to the space, right? Now, the beauty of that was we are able to take in all the collaterals that they have already invested in, which have created some form of cost of lead to a cost of site visit to a cost of booking, whatever you have made. So we created a very interesting concept, and we reutilized all their existing brand videos, project videos, new tower launches videos, built an online experience center, where in the physical world you would have a scale-up model, right? In the virtual world you would have essentially a very interesting way of seeing the walkthrough of the spaces. So we brought in the real spaces into the virtual world as well. So it was a very interesting take, and in fact, through this platform E4M, we also won an award for that particular category.
So you think, Abhishek, you think this is possible?
So I feel it is. I don't think it is there yet as far as this is concerned, simply because what we are doing, at least what I know in the customer experience tech standpoint, you can take it to a point. Like I'll give a very realistic example, right? Today, let's say you're a new launch project, right? You're building a 40-acre project, residential project. You're a new launch project. You take a potential customer, a salesperson contacts you, you take the potential customer to the site. In my world, if you don't have the show flat ready. You know, obviously the landscaping, a lot of the work is still going on, it's still under construction. How much do you tell a customer, imagine this and imagine that, right? That's the perspective I bring, you know, with this.
Right.
So what we do in virtual is you bring that imagination through the architectural drawings, structural drawings, everything. You bring it into a nice virtual format, a well-created format where you can show all the project visualizations, where you can show the interior spaces in a good, curated, navigated manner. So you're navigating the customer. If you're able to achieve that well, and if you can embed that well with your C4Cs or inventory systems, where the apartment finders are working well, you're able to embed that, and then you have a good booking engine online. I feel, if not for the whole property value, at least on a per square foot level, it's achievable. And if you can transact that, I'm sure we are getting there with that.
That's interesting. Manoj, I want to know your perspective that will it be possible that starting from generating leads online, how do you think this journey is going to pan out where we start closing everything online?
So Ashwinder, I mean, one of our group companies also happens to sell fabrics or textiles. So about 10 years back, if anyone would have said that, you know, a shirt or a trouser could be sold online, not many would really believe it. Today, one of our group companies, the Urban Fashions business, does about 1,000 crore of monthly sale of our garments online. So that's one part of the business which was unimaginable about 10 years back. Today in the real estate space, again, you know, there are certain organizations that have already imbibed this. In fact, we have just piloted something on the same lines where, you know, we've launched an end-to-end digital sales platform for one of our projects called Arvind Bel Air in Bangalore, where a consumer can see the project digitally or rather take a virtual tour, get into every typology, whether it's a 2-bed or a 3-bed, can also go to the window and actually get an actual image or actual view from the first floor to the 5th floor to the 10th floor to the 15th floor. So a view of what will be the view, actual view from your unit from various floors, that is pretty much available. They can actually check in each tower what is the availability on a every floor basis. So that's the level of you know, digitalization of the availability of units, and the actual look and feel of the product is pretty much available online. Today, most of the times when a consumer visits the sales office also, we actually now use this tool to show them how or what will be the view from the 10th floor of a unit if they're looking at buying a 10th floor unit. In fact, in the last 1 month, we've concluded about 7 transactions all digitally end to end, right from a consumer coming on our website to discussing that with a team. So we've set up a 3-member team that only specializes in attending customers online or, you know, taking them through a virtual tour. This specific team is based out of our head office. They conduct Zoom meetings. They go ahead and explain the product to the consumer, and they're about helping them book the unit. Yes, there is a certain so what we've tried to do is to make it more believable. What we've done is we've kept a very small booking amount of 20,000 rupees, and we offer the consumer to also come over to the project if required. Maybe it's out of these 7 customers, 4 of them are based out of Dubai. So we also offered the customer to actually come down. We gave them an extended cancellation period of 30 days. So, you know, they could actually come down if they wanted, also have a touch and feel of the product before going ahead with the transaction. But to answer your question, this is pretty much doable. It's already happening. In fact, to quote one of the projects that was launched by the House of Abhinandan Lodha a while back, where they sold 10 to 20 lakh ticket plots in the outskirts of the city, pretty much about 1,000 crores of business was done without consumers actually visiting the site. So it is pretty much there. It's right in front of us. It's about how we imbibe this and how we start working on this.
How we scale it, how we broad basis. So great. It's been very interesting. I want to go to Arun. And this question is a common question that I want to ask all my esteemed panelists who bring a very diverse and a qualitative grassroots perspective to this very important lead generation, converting opportunities into sales perspective. And will be great for the audience to know. Arun, when do you think the digital experience, which has become so important, what do you think the digital experience and the online lead generation, what was the tipping point for this, that suddenly we see that earlier 20% was digital spend and 80% was offline spend. Then it became equal, and in certain cases we've seen all launches are happening digitally. So what do you think has been the tipping point that made digital lead generation so important, and what is the future that looks like? A few minutes and then we'll cover everybody before we conclude the session.
Yeah, so according to me, one of the main reasons why digital took a prominence is because the earlier marketing, whatever from 1980s to 2010, whatever it was done, the measurability part of our marketing spends, the ability to track what was the conversions and ability to track an ROI or a cost per lead, all these were quite not there. It was all about spray and pray approach. You spray it on Times of India jacket, and you hope that you get calls. And if you don't get calls, we don't know what is the reason, and you don't have a second chance. You lost big money, and next 3 months you need to do 10 sales to generate another enough money for the next ad that you can do. So this was probably what, at least from a real estate point of view, this is what is going on. I remember in 2008 or 9, I was also part of the team in Lodha, which we were trying to do the first, I think, page 3 ad, full page after a long time by any developer. And a lot of debate was going on, and whether we should get at least 50 bookings to ensure that 30 lakhs was the time cost of page 3 at that time. So we were doing some calculations saying 40, 50 bookings should happen in the next 10 days to cover this. Otherwise, we are gone. So the problem is digital completely broke this this spray and pray approach into something measurable. Cost per lead, 1,000, 2,000, whether it works or not, nobody cares. But the moment you say 1,000, it's like a penny stock. So the moment you say cost per lead is 850, everybody is interested in putting money. And because everybody is putting money on digital, what happens is the market grew and customers are also adopting, and other developers are also following the same bandwagon, and the industry grew into a large extent. And the fundamental reason is measurability. Around 2012-13 is when I think the tipping point slowly started. Maybe 14-15 is when it became it kind of overtook the offline spends from a real estate industry point of view. And for FMCG, of course, they cannot do digital because their brand recall is something
that's
very.
fine, Arun. This was more on the real estate. It's very helpful. Jayesh bhai, you have a minute to kind of give your perspective on this very important question, that what was the tipping point and how do you see the future of online lead generation?
So if I summarize this, Ashwinder, that a right product offering with an excellent, adding it to what the other panelist was saying, that when our ticket size is smaller, the chances of people buying is higher. Why somebody bought 10 and 15 lakhs online plot, located 3 kilometers away from here? Because for Bombay people, 10-15 lakhs buying a land from a brand like Lodha was a no-brainer. They bought it. But if I want to buy 1.5 crore, 2 crore flat, the chances of online purchase I don't see in the distance future. Also, it will take a time of its own. For sure, but a good product, when on good pricing opportunity, when reached to the mass, if the cost of leads or the advertiser which are charging will drop their pricing proposition, for sure there would be a great awareness of the product will happen, but the purchase will maximum happen once they make the site visit. And adding it to the last, which I want to make a point, is that the COVID-like situation help us people to understand the platform, the power of digital marketing, where so many virtual tours, Zoom calls we did with brokers, we did with customer. We managed to convince customer 80% that this is the right product for you if you are looking for in Thane. But unless he doesn't come to the site, the chances of conversion still will remain doubtful.
Thank you. Very interesting. Mohit, what is your view on this subject, this topic?
Ashwinderji, I believe digital will work because it is a mix of lifestyle and need. So lifestyle always keeps on changing.
Yeah.
As
Tell me
technology,
something. My video is muted.
lifestyle keeps on changing as the technology goes on getting advanced. So like from Doordarshan,
No,
I think there is some
Mr.
yeah. So lifestyle keeps on changing. So like if you see in our childhood, there was Doordarshan, then came cable TV, then came computers, which we never used in our college days. And now it is only mobile. So we are so habituated to mobile.
Maybe I didn't use it in my college days. You would have used it, yeah? You're a young guy.
No, I also not used it. That time hardly there were computers. So today everything is mobile. 70-80% of our time, even when we are on a bed, even when we are in office, even when we are traveling, we are always so habituated to mobile. And ultimately what we do on mobile is we search. So ultimately when we are there on the internet and based on our pattern, based on our demographics, based on our style, all these apps like Facebook, Google and all, they take our data and ultimately they pitch us the different products which we like. And that is how digital will play a very, very important role. At the same point in time, the need was created in COVID, wherein we started using Google Pay and all that. I used to never use a Google Pay before COVID. Now even a vegetable vendor is using a Google Pay. So that is when the need was created.
Understand, Mohit. Thank you so much. Abhishek, quickly your perspective on what is the future of digital marketing and what was the tipping point that it has become such an important aspect for lead generation?
Absolutely. So as a professional and individual, we're always on a digital first agenda today. So I feel that if you have a truly, for real estate, if you have a truly well orchestrated 360-degree approach to whether it's the web or at the site, if that can be done really well, especially, and that's one of our real larger fortes now in the industry, I feel this can be really achieved. Like, I think what Manoj mentioned was very, very exciting. Manoj, congratulations on that piece. I think we're going to be definitely talking post this meet. I think there is a very exciting time for such ticket sizes and such type of transactions to happen. So I feel, yes, digital first is the way to go. Launch excellence is where, with tech is where all of this is at. So I feel the focus is towards new launch and relaunch projects. That's where all of this lies with real estate. And if that can be done really well with a 360-degree approach, digital is definitely something to look forward to in the next decade, 2 decades for sure.
Manoj, you mentioned that you're already selling a lot of stuff online, which is very heartening to know. Anything that you foresee that is foreseen in the future, which might be a disruption in the online digital lead generation space? Something that you think will disrupt?
So, Ashwinder, I mean, we just announced our annual results a couple of days back. In fact, we did, for the last year, we've done almost 40% of our sales through digital channels, which is probably one of the highest in the industry.
Wow.
Talking about the digital media, like Abhishek also mentioned, eventually, I mean, the whole world is moving in that direction. With the internet and smartphone being practically in everyone's hand, the amount of time that we spend on the mobile phone is increasing by the day. Social media consumes large amount of the time spent on a mobile phone today. Eventually, the search for a real estate purchase is today starting on your Googles or your property portals or your website. So that is the reality of life today. What can disrupt this is, how we become more creative in terms of making the customer believe and actually visualize a product. For a product like yourself, I was in fact I visited your product in my last trip in Bangalore, and I was awestruck with a product like yours. I think it is going to be very easy for people to be able to believe what the product is all about. And if the right kind of digital marketing can be done for a product like yours, I feel there'll be a chance that you would end up selling most of your stock virtually, and maybe the reliance on the other mediums could actually reduce.
Thank you, Anuj. It's been an excellent panel, and I'm delighted, and the way organizers have selected the panel. If I have to conclude, and let me start with Jayesh. Jayesh mentioned that process is very important and is 70%, and rest is content. Mandate sales, according to him, is going to be the future. CPL actually goes down for individual brokers, which was a learning for me, when it is supported by a high budget campaign from a developer or a mandate. Jais, thank you for this learning, because I always thought it the otherwise. Arun mentioned that you have to be creative across the stage while following the process. His focus on the context of the lead was a big learning for me, and definitely something to ponder about. And how we can generate more contextual information about every lead, and make it the main reason for its conversion. Abhishek definitely advantages, spoke about the role of conversational AI in getting a lead qualification. Prompt responses on FAQs, etc., are important. He said that customization and integration and data visualization is not that easy, and somebody who can do that can really make this a far more productive asset. So great insights from you, Abhishek. Manoj, mentioned some very insightful things, like the customer, how the customer is registering himself, and how do we kind of service them. What is the response time in reaching to a lead? What should be our pre-sales and post-sales engagement? Cross-sales should be done with smartness. Very grassroots driven points which can really help us in conversion. And he mentioned that we have to reach a lead within 5 to 7 minutes of it getting generated. So thank you, Manoj, for these aspects, other than the various other things that you shared. And last but not the least, Mohit mentioned that the target audience of luxury is very different. Luxury is not BAU lead generation, but far more, lot of contextual work has to go through it. And how we track the performance of a campaign in luxury should be very different than how we would track it for an affordable or a mid-size or a premium project. Very insightful point, Mohit, because according to him, the success of a digital online lead generation might not be just closure, because the gestation period is very long, the quality of customer is very different, and there are many intermediaries between that customer and the developer. Yeah. So overall, a very fruitful session where there was personally a lot of learning for me. Thank you everyone for your fantastic and comments and energetic participation. I look forward being in touch with you surely over a longer period of time, and do some really good discussions around this. Over to you, Sapna.
Yeah, indeed, a very fruitful discussion, Ashwinderji. Like you mentioned, what is qualified lead, the different types of lead generations, different kind of customers, the mistakes of losing leads, and the best ideas for lead generations. I think we discussed it all here. So thank you so much, our eminent panel members, Mr. Arun Anand, Mohit Ram Singhani, Abhishek Jain, and Manoj Chelani, and Mr. Jayesh Rathod, for being here with us today, sharing your views and opinions from various segments that you are in, from there, how you are looking at this entire aspect of art and science of lead generation. And Mr. Ashwinder Singh for for such a wonderful moderation and bringing the best out of our speakers today on this very crucial topic for us. So thank you so much, everyone. Fantastic session.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Sapna. Thank you, Ashwita. Great time. Nice meeting you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
So that was one wonderful conversation where we spoke about numbers, where how the digital marketing is leading to lead generations, and how lead generations can be converted into real consumers or the customers. So our next final segment of this conclave is also an equally interesting conversation, where we are talking about social media branding, thinking beyond the wave for a viral success. Another very interesting topic, and some eminent panel members who are joining here for this discussion. So first of all, let me introduce our moderator of the session, David Appaswamy, Head Brand and Strategy, Social Beat. Mr. Appaswamy has experience of over 35 years in senior positions covering general management, business strategy, marketing management, advertising, sales, digital marketing in both corporate and social sectors. He is involved with the Internet Governance Forum in various ways and is recognized for expertise in Internet governance policy. A warm welcome to our moderator, David Appaswamy. And now let me welcome our speakers of the session and let me introduce them in an alphabetical order. Our first speaker I introduce, Mr. Bharat Dhupar, Real Estate and Hospitality Consultant, Zuforia. He comes with an overall experience of more than 25 years spread over hospitality and real estate. Bharat has an exemplary track record of delivering growth and has immense experience in product development, brand building, and sales. This year, he ventured on his own as a consultant under the brand Zuforia, currently consulting one real estate project in Mumbai and a hospitality project in Switzerland. Our next panel member, I introduce Jayant Barua, Head of Marketing Communications, Signature Global, a self-motivated marketing professional of more than 20 years in marketing communication strategy. Jayant Barua has demonstrated success in brand management, market positioning and visibility, celebrity endorsements, annual marketing plan budgeting, advertising, and his expertise lies in developing winning businesses and marketing strategies. Our next panel member is Ms. Poonam Prahlad, Director, Born High Digital, who has more than 15 years of experience in consumer marketing, sports, brand communication, campaigns, and digital marketing. She is adept at building brands. She understands and anticipates trends that shape consumer mindsets and behaviors and is an astute thinker who spearheads the digital marketing agency that specializes in internet and social media marketing targeted towards the online Indian consumer. Our next and final member is Mr. Sairam Ranganathan, National Head, Digital Services Wavemaker. He has over 18 years of experience in building better consumer experiences, having worked in offline and digital media strategy as specialist as well as integrated practice. He has successfully set up digital practices, scaled it up, and driven solutions in different phases of digital marketing in India. Our next and final member is Mr. Sumit Lakhani, Chief Marketing Officer, Office Space Solutions Private Limited. And he has been with Office at the inception as part of the core management team and heads demand and supply side function at AWFIS. His key responsibility areas include sales marketing, real estate acquisition, fundraising, and strategy. And under his aegis, the company has grown to become one of the most recognized and reputed consumer-focused brands in the co-working industry. So this is our eminent panel, and let me now hand it over to our moderator of this session, Mr. David Appaswamy. I hand it over to you now.
Thank you, Sapna, and thank you for that fulsome introduction of everybody. Good evening and welcome, especially to the panelists and of course to the audience. I must congratulate you, Sapna, and Realty Plus on putting this together in a very meaningful way. The other thing which is really interesting is the timing of this event and panel discussion. We've come out of 2 years of, the COVID pandemic, and we're in a position where things are either about to improve, but sometimes you wonder, are they really improving? Inflation is surging, the economy is plateauing. At the same time, there are a number of sectors that are doing well. It's a very confusing time. And most interestingly, the consumer has become frugal. They've become very, very careful in terms of how they spend their money. Now, of course, the upper echelon, right? The ones who are in the high net worth area, for them, they're not price elastic. They can afford to buy when they want to buy. But the middle and lower has become very, very, very conscious. We are having this discussion in such an environment, and we're discussing social media branding, and we're talking about how consumers have changed and what the trends can be that we can exploit. It's a very, very interesting time to have this discussion. What I'd like to do in terms of our time together is to first open the floor to each individual panel member to have their opening remarks, and they can base it on the topic as well as the current time that we are in. And then we will start the discussion around a few questions that we have. So can I invite Bharat to go first? You're on mute, Bharat. Bharat, you're on mute. You're still on mute. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. So just to say about social media, I think so it's something where what we used to call word of mouth publicity. It's word of mouth publicity with the wings now. So while as word of mouth used to be a little bit here and there, with social media, it's become like in a speak of a second, it's everywhere. So I think it's a necessary evil which is there. And while it's an evil, it also helps all of us to improve ourselves.
Thank you, Bharat. Jayanta, would you like to give your opening remarks?
Hi, this is Jayan Barua. I think social media is for a few years now. It is getting, it is evolving, and it is the one thing I think like, where like people, a lot of brands will be keeping a watch in it. They're very crucial, very crucial. As a brand signature global, we have observed, we have seen how it has helped us to converting the leads because before the prior session which Ashwinder was taking care of, how you are reducing your cost in the leads form. So this is really going to help. If we talk about a branding, so when you talk about like when your lead closures, you're generating leads from your various campaigns, here it is going to be to create your brand, you throw your content, have something around your brand. It's very important.
I'd like to interject at this point before Poonam makes her opening remarks. I'd just like to say that social media is a space where everybody is having conversations.
Yes.
And they're having conversations about everything. And if we are not there as part of the conversation, we can't help shape that conversation about us. So it is a great place to influence in such a way that people view us positively. But at the same time, we need to remember that on digital platforms, we're not a giant brand talking to consumers. We're all equal. We're having conversations. You're a brand citizen talking to an Indian citizen. So the way we talk to them also changes. So it's a very interesting time that we live in. Having said that, Poonam, can we hear from you?
Hi, everyone. So yeah, this is what we do every day. And for the last probably 15 years, I've been doing this, is making social media posts. It started with a picture, put a picture, write something, just write something, to a place where, it has become so complex that, we are thinking, oh, Instagram has launched this new feature. How do we get that? How do we really make a lot more conversations, lot more lead generation? How can we leverage that? So a point where, we started with, to a point where, probably there are 15 social media platforms with probably 22 consumer cohorts, and with each of them having their own languages and culture to communicate to. It's no longer a very simple thing. It's become complicated, and to use it really well, I think it's very critical for brands to understand what exactly do we need from this social media exercise. Because a lot of times, we are consulting brands and businesses, and we realize that, while we are discussing everything, that's great, but in the end, we should have just one focused approach on what should we drive from this entire social media exercise. So yeah, I guess, we'll hear more from that. Thank you.
Thank you, Poonam. I completely agree. What often happens is people get lost in the creativity and the way you can communicate and all of that, and the business objective gets lost. And I think as long as we remain focused on the impression we want to create and the outcomes that we want from the campaign, things work. Now I'd like to invite Sai Ram, another veteran from the industry, to give his opening remarks.
Thanks, David. Indeed, echo one sentiment. I think it's best of the times, most interesting. So fundamentally, if we see, and this is my personal opinion, today the media in the social media has become much bigger, right? I mean, it is capable of influencing elections. It's capable of influencing the choice of things that we watch, the choice of things we buy, and so on and so forth, right? And what fundamentally makes it interesting and challenging for us as marketers is like you're not competing. Like, for example, if I'm a Coke or a Pepsi, I'm not competing with beverages. I'm competing with your 2000 plus friends, the 2000 plus news sites which are there, all the content creators who are there. You're competing with everybody, you versus rest of the world in the social feed. And what, probably about a 5 to 6 seconds. So imagine 50,000 plus competitors, 6 plus seconds. How do you make yourself relevant? I think I would like to like really focus on how do you like really identify the relevant audience, and how can your brand provide the relevant experience. I think it's about bringing these two. That's where a win-win for the marketeer and the consumer. It's all about relevancy in today's age.
Absolutely, sir. I mean, I would add one other element to that, which is the kind of content we put out. I think today it's mostly video and reels, and what you say in that first 2 seconds to be able to get their attention. I think that makes a huge difference. It is a challenge, but what is incredible is the creativity of the human mind, right? Every day we see very fresh content, which is very interesting. So it is both a challenge and an opportunity. Now I'd like to ask Sumit to give his opening remarks, but before he goes, I'd like to say I'm so happy to meet you here because we're opening our office in Bombay in an office space.
Perfect. Love to host your teams. Great. Great.
Yeah, and I'll be visiting it tomorrow.
Perfect. So good evening, everyone. Great to be here in company of such august individuals. Always a pleasure to be speaking on interesting topics. I echo everyone's sentiments on social media. I structured some of my thoughts around on thinking beyond the wave for a viral success in social media branding. What I think is if one is in for a long game, then sustainable marketing is the only way for brands viable success on social media. It is important for brands to develop much more deeper relationships with their customers in a very, very consistent fashion to create long-term affinity. Now, one can genuinely get lost in the whole, wave of the social. So the only way this can be attained is when a brand makes the effort to understand who their customers are, create a quality content that resonates with these customers on a very consistent basis. I think in the whole, rat race, running behind viral success, one can get fooled by, the vanity metrics of number of views, likes, shares, and comments without getting into a deep understanding on who they're coming from and how can they contribute to the brand building and business success in long term. It's more, smarter to have, like other panelists also mentioned, on achievable goals and create a very strong community of loyal consumers. So who believe in your product, endorse your brand, and bring referrals, then to have a blip of our viral success.
Thank you, Sumit. You couldn't have put it better, really. This whole thing about viral success, it captures people's imagination, and viral success is much celebrated and all of that. But that happens because of the quality of the content and usually because it resonates with every consumer. Now, whatever goes viral or not, it doesn't matter. I think as businesses and brands, our focus has to be on our business objectives and what is the outcome that you want from social media. And if we focus on that and we're able to do excellent storytelling, then we will have a success where people relate to us, like you're saying. They have to be able to emotionally relate to us, to trust us with their money for a lifetime's investment. And that's what happened to real estate, right? So it's a question of how well we can do that storytelling for them to believe they can trust us, that we are people like them who understand their needs, and therefore they can buy from us. Now, having said that,
David, can I add something there?
Go ahead, Bharat.
It's no more about storytelling. It is also about what they experience today. Gone are the days of storytelling. You can't get away with storytelling now.
Yes, but the thing also is, when we talk about experiential marketing and all of that, it can start with a very good story.
Yeah.
And the story itself is an experience. If you have a person relating their experience, and there are a number of people who are in a similar situation, they find it compelling. So that
Yes.
it becomes a kind of a, what shall I say, a residual experience for them, and it can make a difference.
True.
We'll now move on to the questions, and it's going to be really interesting because we're at this interesting time, right? Because the people are getting more cost conscious. They will think, probably now, in the past, they used to think 10 times before making an investment. Now they'll think twice that, because it is a lifetime investment. And today there's a climate of uncertainty and a kind of a cautious, frugal mindset. So especially in the affordable and the mid segments, how important is it to build your brand to be able to do well in performance marketing? Remember, performance marketing will only perform if people believe in the brand. So on social media, and Sairam put it well, it's more the media part than the social part today. How important is it to build your brand as opposed to having just project-focused performance marketing? So Bharat, would you like to go first?
Yeah, I think so. Again, while building the brand, it is important what experience you give in. While as all of us in real estate want to build a brand, but it always starts with some project where you start with your first project, your second project, or whatsoever, and it's the experience you give them there. Now, if a customer does not have a good experience, or maybe the product which you have delivered is not good, the entire exercise will go futile. And that's when you start needing people who are specialists in the social media circle, so that even if you have to improve later, you need these guys to build your brand. And so one is the experience which is there, one is also the how to make amends if something has gone wrong, right? So it's not just the experience and not just the first time. So yeah, so it's important. And social media is not something, it's a science after all. And at real estate, we might know our business, but we definitely need experts from the social media who can then help us out and build a brand then.
Yeah, thank you, Bharat. I think you put that across very well. Social media is just what it is, right? It's social in a sense. So it is based on human insight and human interaction. Right. And to be able to gauge where the other person is and respond to them is a very important thing. And the point that you made about if something goes wrong, how we deal with it is even more important on social media, especially if you're responding to a negative post. Because you're not responding to one individual, the whole world is watching what your response is going to be. So you're literally playing to the gallery. It's like you're standing on a stage and speaking, and everybody's watching, making value judgments.
Sometimes you need experts to do that.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Jayant, would you like to weigh in?
From me, it is like brand. Product definitely comes much after. So for me to create the ecosystem, to make understandable the brand is very important. So more you will talk about the brand, create the ecosystem, whether your product is performing, your product is not performing, that's all comes much later. So as far as I agree with sir, the experience, how anybody is going to experience. So if we able to capture those moments and show to the outer world, and people can experience the same feeling what individual is sharing, right? So that plays a very key and important role as far as myself, our brand is concerned. Now, when you talk about a signature global, what we have done well. So end of the day, for the last 6 years, we are selling only the brand. Products are byproducts. So product X, product Y, product Z. So it's all about the expectations, whatever we have created on a brand perspective, whether we talk about a reality, reliability, responsibility, and do we resonate around these words or not? whenever we are communicating, are these lines have been taken care of not? Whether people are talking about similar lines or not. We have get very simple line called "Apna ghar to apna hi hota hai." Is it getting around the people well or not? We are we had a recent line called "Kiraye se Azadi." Very simple line. People are using in their daily thing, but how many people have used it, and how many people are using a hashtag, talking on those lines? So is it getting content is getting putting well in the social media or not? And then it comes my product. My product is coming with XYZ feature. It helps. Signature Global has came out with a brand. So for me, the social media platform uh, to promoting your brand, the company per se, is very important. So in whatever formats are concerned, like whether it's testimonial, whether you talk about the company's credential, how well you are creating your content and putting in that platform, and how well you are using a Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, Snapchat, how well you are using Taboola for your blog contents, how well you are using Quora. You are creating the entire 360-degree. So initially, when we were doing advertising or in a marketing communication, we were talking about 360-degree marketing. Now, as far as I don't know, I think in digital it's a 360-degree. So कहाँ से मैं उस आदमी को पकड़ूंगा, कहाँ से किस भाषा में पकड़ूंगा. So I'm trying LinkedIn for the last couple of years, where I required to what I require to show to Janta, what I require to show to general public. I'm just showing like what my company is doing. My company is nice to his employees, doing some great work, a great certification. So there my ad won't work. My ad won't work. Signature Global. So testimonials won't work. So anything around employees that is happening. Instagram is more of the like reels, posts, stories, more of youth. In a 15-seconder, how you are going to communicate and what you are going to communicate. You are going to communicate about a brand, or you're going to communicate over the product. If your brand is well heard of, so your probably a single ad, maybe through Google, through YouTube, will work.
Thanks, sir. Thanks, dear. So it's very clear. Brand first and product later. And I think one common theme that is running through, starting with Bharat, is of course this whole thing about the experience. And you can say that is the brand experience. So Poonam, would you like to add to the conversation?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think today what's happening is, while the brands want to portray themselves the way, ABC of what our vision is, real brands or true brands are being built with what consumers are experiencing and they are talking about on social. And in the last 3-4 years, what we have done is we've realized that when we put all of these ORM, CRM together and we listen to what our consumers are saying, especially in real estate brand, we realize that there are like 10 attributes which we saw almost every single consumer who has commented on our real estate brands has consistently been saying it. And that is was the first food to thought of what kind of social media communication, conversation, and brand communication we want to do. And kind of that helped, because those were very true consumer insights. And we build a campaign like More to Love. It was more than what a brand thinks that they are giving it to the consumer, or the consumer thinks that they are giving it to the brand. And they were like beautiful 10 attributes which fit really well, and it really added value. So I guess yes, we want to build a brand, and all of us want to do it. And yes, experiences are real, but brand has to strategically intervene at regular intervals with that consumer and build that storytelling, which that David was saying, that how do we navigate, nurture, and build this communication that it's a win-win for both what consumer experiences and they are talking, and what the brand really wants to be. Yeah,
thank you, Poonam. Thank you. That was very well put. It is up to us to be able to steer the conversation, because especially when it's about us, we need to channel it in a way that we want based on what we're trying to achieve. Very nicely put. Sairam, Looking forward to your comments.
So I think there is no doubt that experience is at the center of this category, right? I mean, this is something which people buy a house once in a lifetime, right? As in, it's not like some of the other categories where there is a multiple usage or something like that. So in this entire, there is no doubt that brand building is so important. I would just like to focus on one very important element which got discussed, which is this entire piece around advocacy, right? Who are the best advocates? The existing consumers, right? And if one were to take their experiences, I'm sure it's a mixed bag, right? There will be extremely happy people and the extreme opposite end. But if one were to look at the extremely happy set and take that as a key asset, that experience is getting converted into an asset, that's such a great way to connect with prospective consumers due to multiple reasons, right? One, there is a human angle, and two, there is a certain believability. I mean, imagine a brand coming and saying, I provide the best experience vis-a-vis existing consumers speaking about it. And imagine if one of my friend has experienced something, the chances that I will believe that vis-a-vis seeing hundreds and thousands of ads across whichever is the digital, offline, whichever is the platform, that kind of thing. So that piece of advocacy as a part of brand building, I think is really gaining significance compared to today, say even maybe 10 years, 15 years ago. Like even in this conversation, it was mentioned in the beginning, I think by Bharat, right? That social media is the online is the word of mouth on wings equivalent kind of thing. It's never so true. I mean, when you bring something like advocacy from the angle of existing consumers, I mean, it's a micro moment like taking your first key, the big key which is given in a picture is taken of the consumers and that gets posted in social media. That's such a, for me personally, I mean, when I was thinking about this topic, that was one of the first images which came to my mind. And I like sort of, when I had done that, when I purchased my first home, I'd gone and put it in social media. A lot of friends asking me about how's been the experience. And I said, typical experience. First 1 month you go through whatever you go through, but then you start enjoying living in that place which you call a home.
Yeah, I think that's one of the threads that's come through very strongly. Bharat talked about it in terms of word of mouth on wings. James talked about it in terms of testimonials. You're talking about it as advocacy. But most certainly, it is the experience of people who have trusted the brand that they listen to for themselves to have the trust in the brand. And I think the bedrock of any real estate company brand is that ability to get the trust of the consumer, because they're investing, as you said, once in a lifetime, and they're putting in probably their entire life savings and then some into it, right? So they need to be able to say, this is the right place, this is the right company that I can buy from. So it's a very big ask. And unless we build the brand in such a way that they are able to trust us, and the route can vary, you know, the advocacy, the testimonials, other people's distilled experience and all of that, it becomes, the route can vary and the kind of content we put out can vary, but they all go towards building that brand trust, so to speak. Sumit, your opening comments?
Sure. See, every one of us, like to also keep life simple. We go back to the basics. The whole tenets of social media marketing, like you guys mentioned, and I would say for all marketing and brand building remains the same: storytelling, relatability, and consistency, right? So when we talk about the projects, while it's an important part of the story, but real conversation is about how it can better your life, whether it's a residential or a commercial project. That's why, in addition to showcasing in our spaces, we try to offer some real life glimpses of the community events, the customer stories, the meetups, even to an extent that what's cooking at the cafe. So then the whole story can come together if you're clear on who you as a brand and consistently keep delivering on that. So what you say, how you say it, your visual language, tonality, everything needs to tie in together. So within our own flex spaces, we show how it can make life easier, how can people work more collaboratively and with fun and network stronger. even or if you look at the light-hearted movement marketing content, what we do is connected to work or corporate life. Finally, I think the thing we constantly believe in is that the content needs to be relatable for the TG. That's where understanding the TG it becomes very important. Last few years, if you talked about it's even till about 2 years back, we used to all talk about only the millennial kind of mindset, but now it's about the Gen Z. I honestly can go out on a limb and say that human behavior may change, but human nature doesn't.
Yeah.
So while Gen Z may be a more conscious generation, but the desire to do good has been in every generation. So luckily for us, our TGs are also our co-worker, so we get a lot of insights up very, very close.
Thank you so much, Sumit. I think you touched upon a very, very important part, and that is at the end of the day, we are selling. You could always say we're selling apartments, flats, products, but you're selling homes. And in very real terms, people invest not just their money, they invest their emotions, their hopes, their dreams, everything into it to be able to build a home. So the importance of showing people actually living out their dreams in whatever we are doing on social media becomes vital, because that is a vicarious experience for them. That's saying, I could live like that. So showing people in everything that we do, even if it is showing apartments or whatever, and not just an empty flat, but a place where people are living and enjoying their lives, becomes vital. The human element, as you said, doesn't matter what generation, it comes down to the same common parameter of common humanity. Thank you for that. Now, we've talked about the importance of experience. We talked about the importance of people and projecting the kind of things that we're selling, where they can make a home that is something that will enjoy and that will meet their aspirations and dreams and all of that. Now, I'm not sure how many of you have actually used the new age tools, the things that are the cutting edge, to be able to project this really well. I'm talking about, AR and VR. And of course, we did videos and walkthroughs of spaces and all of that. That's there. But AR and VR, where you can actually get an experience, that's one thing. And then moving on from there, the metaverse itself. Is there anybody who's actually done things in these areas? I'd like to know.
I have done a little bit, but mostly people I have noticed, as far as real estate is concerned, eventually want to come to the site and discuss it.
Yes.
Right, because it's a lot of investments for whether it's a 5 lakh rupee flat or a 5 crore rupee flat. At the end of the day, the guy who's buying it, for him, it's the largest investment he would ever do. So yes, at the end of the day, they're all wanting to come to the site and physically look at things.
Yeah, I think you can take that as a given, because they want to see tangible evidence of what they're going to be buying.
Yes.
It has to be, in front of them.
Absolutely.
But the AR and the VR can create the interest to deliver them to the site.
Yes,
So
definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Sairam, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I mean, see, it's an evolution, right? Like, say 15, 20 years ago, if somebody had told us that you can buy shoes and clothes online, I mean, we wouldn't have believed it, but today it's happening, right? Having said that, the new generation, there might be some hybrid kind of thing which could happen. And that experience could be a AR, VR experience. It could be a metaverse. It could be anything else. As of today, it's still an aid. I mean, that will sort of help you to push so that you go to the location and check out the project or check out the site in an actual physical way. But my fundamental belief is that there are things which have changed in other categories. So I'm being open to the possibility that there could be very well a situation where somebody wears a VR and is able to virtually experience and pay for it virtually using a crypto.
I will add to that. So when we do some international sales, definitely it helps. And people do it without even visiting the site. So you're right there. It is beyond our aid. It is, yes, things are changing now. But if people are there within the city, they would still love to come there.
Yeah, I think the vast majority would, in any case, want to visit a site unless they are in distant geographic locations.
Yeah.
But if we can give them the experience of what their life there could be in a metaverse home, where they could, walk through and experience it, so to speak, it would be a different thing altogether. And I think over time, we might see some migration there as things evolve. But the metaverse may be too far out at this point of time, but AR and VR may be easier in terms of execution.
Yeah,
Anybody else?
but yes,
go ahead.
I was just reading about it that, a New York-based metaverse real estate firm actually bought, around $4.3 million of land on metaverse, and there are two companies which are already doing it. And what's very interesting is that all of us will do it just for the experience bit, because our virtual avatars are there. We need to create that experience, and social media is very high on engagement. What's new, what's cool, and what's happening triggers a lot of conversation and connection. So, probably not to go and buy $4.3 million, but definitely to trigger a conversation.
Yeah, or to have a virtual experience.
So David, I have a point over here. I think, probably it's a matter of, couple of years, maybe, not more than, 2. The way hybrid work culture, came around because of COVID, at least a lot of, the metaverse conversation is going to get a leap. The AR and VR had been around for a long time. There had been some level of adoption, but somehow, it just got stagnant. Maybe the next leap around on metaverse is going to happen. We are seeing, that people are getting very interested in doing phygital meetings, right? Because a couple of team members are there in the office, couple of them are, at home, and this is going to be the way of life in future as well. So getting these meetings around using your virtual avatars on metaverse may turn out to be, a kind of a very real scenario, and it's gonna also help on a more on a productivity side as well, because people who are working from home will also start feeling that they are contributing around on the whole thing. It's just that the virtual avatars right now will start looking more real, right? As in, it will start looking, my virtual avatar will start looking much more closer to what I look like. The surroundings of that meeting room will start looking much more real, then a bit more fiction around on the whole thing. So it has a genuine kind of a use case.
Yeah, it's very early days yet.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see how it evolves. I think there are only 80,000 people on the metaverse at this point of time or something. The last time I checked, I think that was the number. Jayanto, go ahead.
Yeah, David. So now we are talking about this AR and VR thing, right? So AR, VR is there in market for a very, very long time.
Yeah.
Okay. So now what people want to experience the product. So maybe around a year back from a COVID, will happen when people were reluctant to visit sites. So there definitely this video blogging thing came into the picture. The area which I'm into around 2.5 years back. So I'm having any broker, anybody who is selling real estate is talking about the product as per individual capacity. Whether somebody is shooting it by mobile, somebody is using a camera, somebody is using a drone. So when we talk about a destination, a site, a location, which is available in social media and thick and thin, in all sizes, that we are also doing it. When we're talking about a particular destination, showing what infrastructure is coming, where the product will come, what are the other brands are there, whether a brand is talking, whether a broker is talking. Recently, we as we were talking about the making experience a brand. So one destination, one is getting aware through various kind of video blogging available in the social media sites. Now, recently we have started an experience center, probably which will be ahead than this AR and VR. We have kept a hologram table, which we have got developed from Bangalore. So it is showing a piece of land where your entire unit how will come out with. So we have placed one product and another product also is in pipeline. We are also using 3-dimensional hologram wall, which is showing you the product by using those glasses. So this is one of the recent experience we have started showing to the people, real time experience. So how people are going to win the project. It's a next version of a walkthrough. So how both are a separate product. In a single plot, how many plots will come up? How will the plot will look like? What will be the depth of the product? What is the size of the unit? So which you used to see in a model shape some year back models. So we have created those in hologram. So entire thing will come out. So this we recently started, and it's just giving a very good feedback and reviews from our consumers, the people who are coming to experience it. We are showcasing our all kind of how construction thing happens, right from plinth level to gauging, then plaster, chicken meshing, how a plaster thing is happening. So entire experience how we create a product. So we are using this 3D hologram table and this 3D hologram wall, which is giving very decent eyeballs. I think very few, I think people in the country is having those, but we are having a brilliant experience.
Thank you, Jen. Now, the point here also is that increasingly, somebody mentioned Gen Z. I think Sumit talked about Gen X to Gen Z and so on. What's happening is these kinds of tools and technologies are becoming so much a part of mainstream life that if companies are not evolving with the times and using technologies that capture the imagination of consumers and enhance their experience, then it's not adding to the company's image. It's not adding to the brand cachet. But a company that's at the cutting edge and able to provide all of these enhances both the experience of the consumer and the brand's image. So it's going to be a key aspect of how we evolve as marketers going forward. And thank you for sharing that, because that is the next step in terms of a walkthrough. So what we'll do now is move to the next question. We've gone through two so far. And the next one is to do with the marketing funnel. We're all familiar with the marketing funnel, the awareness, the consideration, and the conversion. The performance marketing, of course, primarily focuses on the bottom end of the funnel, on the conversion. Now, how best have you been able to use social media for the first two, for the awareness and for consideration? What has worked well for you, and could you give examples from there in terms of building the brand?
So I'll give you one example in terms of real estate. I think so, which a lot of people, which in any of the companies, what they do is they leave it either to some junior person to respond to any kind of social media, or they leave it to some executive doing it. I think this is a serious thing which one needs to note. Any kind of responses to social media has to be from the topmost level. A person who's in an authority and who can really answer the question in a proper manner. One of the things which I had done, I remember in one of the projects I was associated with at Omkar, where some people started mentioning a lot of negative comments about the project. So I personally put as a chief marketing officer, I had personally put my mobile number there on a public site and told them, please come and meet me and I'll answer you. If you are satisfied, please go and tell the others. Otherwise, whatever you want to feel, you go and tell. Some people came to me, and after that, whenever anybody wrote negative, they were the guys replying, saying that, why don't you go and speak? Right? He will answer you. Why don't you pick up the phone and speak? So a lot of competition or other people who would tend to write negatives also kept shut after that. So I think so that kind of a boldness is required if you want to handle social media. That's one. Second thing is, similarly, I've seen that sometimes it can, I had a recent example with booking.com and one of the hotel projects where a customer came in and he had a double occupancy and 3 people were staying. We charged them for 3. And the guy went ahead and gave us a very negative comment. Now, it's easy when a negative comment comes in, you know the reason, but it was important to respond back. And I think so a timely response and response back is also important. Though it doesn't change your rating, but at least some people who read the reviews understand it. So I think so a very serious effort has to be made to take the social media seriously, because you might spend excess of money in marketing, but if you are not responsive and timely responsive, then it can backfire.
Thank you, Bharat. I think a little earlier I mentioned how important it is to be able to make sure that the quality of your response on social media is not just to the person in front of you, but is because you are protecting your reputation. The whole world is watching how you're going to respond. So this is a good example of that. And I would take that under both consideration, especially consideration, building credibility and trust in terms of social media. Does anybody else have any examples?
Yeah, I would just say that, it, of course, it's changing because of, it can be a brand or a project. It can be how wide the consumer is, and hence what should be your top of your funnel to what should be your middle of your funnel. In terms of example, I think, one of the biggest learning we have realized is, when we think of a project or a brand, we would, go with the catchment area and the very stereotype way of analyzing the consumer and, making those assumptions. And that's where, digital is so disruptive, because, the consumers are changing, the cohorts are getting added, the last 500 million internet users are different. And the learning is that the top of the funnel is extremely important for the next 3 or 6 months of your campaign, because it's a true litmus test of, who's your consumer, who's actually responding to you, who's actually interested in your property, and what he or she is actually wanting to see from you. And that is the time, running maybe 7 different campaigns works, because it gives you an idea of, or the differentiation between what you perceive of what the consumer wants to see on a project and what the consumer is actually wants to see. The second is, of course, once you go to that channel, you realize that, okay, out of the 100, maybe only 20 is what is really working for us. And that's the consideration phase where, at the middle of the funnel, where, we are very heavy on, just focusing on that 20 to not only show a certain kind of a communication, but all kinds of communication. I know that a lot of brands want to directly move into conversion, but conversion is good when you already know everything about the project, its consumer, its catchment, and you don't want to learn anything, and you want to limit yourself. But I think it's a learning, and that's something I thought we should share with you.
Yeah, I think a point that you made about trying to figure out what it is that the consumer is looking for, and therefore, shaping the communication accordingly is so important, which is why we do this A/B testing, right? To see what they're responding to, and then start focusing on what is drawing a better response, and so on. But I see that Sairam is unmuted. Go ahead, Sairam.
See, I think fundamentally in the entire digital marketing, one big change which has happened is the lines between brand marketing and performance marketing are getting blurred, right? Because end of the day, it's a full funnel, right? And you need both. It's not a either or. Of course, some brands might choose to say that I will start from ensuring that I completely exhaust my performance marketing, then build the brand, right? And some may choose to say, okay, I will build the brand. Once I have a certain amount of captive audience is when I will do. And some might, this is what has historically happened. I mean, even if you look at digital, traditionally digital started as a performance media. Then digital had a stage where digital also was a media which was used for building brand. Now it's come to a stage where it's sort of like a full funnel. And the reason I'm saying is there are so many signals of, one is the complete measurement end to end, right? Today, it's very much possible. I mean, about 100 years ago, somebody said that I know advertising works. I know only 50% of it works, but that's no longer true.
Which 50% I don't know.
Correct. But that's no longer true in the context of digital, right? While there are 1,000 things to measure in digital because of the over measurement as an area, but if one were to choose to focus on the metrics that matter, it is very much possible. So this entire concept of full funnel, where you look at the brand, look at the audience and say, this is the way to go about, is here today for brands to use. And That is irrespective of whether you choose to do the full funnel from a typical paid ads perspective, or even a full funnel from an experiential perspective. Like today, if I'm hosting certain people to come and experience a certain event which I'm doing in a property, how do I use that and use that as a base to even do a one-to-one communication, either in email or a WhatsApp or whatsoever? That is still full funnel, right? So whatever you choose to do is still full funnel, and that sort of really becomes important in terms of how we use that and think in a certain way. What digital has done is completely accelerate that process. Gone is the day when you will say, I will create awareness for the first 3 months, then I will do performance after 3 months. No, that doesn't exist any longer, because at any given point of time, there is an in-market audience, whether it is for awareness or for conversion. That's the way digital has accelerated that entire process of learning and access of information being available.
Thank you, Sairam. You put that across very well. The full funnel awareness, consideration, and conversion in times past was like a theoretical construct, and it took some 6 months and then research and then all of that to actually try and figure out what was going on. Now, as you rightly pointed out, you not only can accelerate it, it can happen concurrently. You can do stuff at the awareness level while doing stuff at consideration and conversion at the same time. And you can actually manage a consumer down that funnel to the point of conversion. But again, it depends on your objectives, it depends on your budgets, it depends on your stage of life as a business or a brand. And in the case of real estate, of course, as a project. So if you have an overarching brand image, that helps every project, like Jayant pointed out. And at the project level, people relate to it based on their needs, but their trust is already established. So it's a very interesting time that we are in, where we can pick and choose what we want to focus on, like Sairam pointed out. Sumit, would you like to add to the conversation?
Yeah. So I echo, everyone's view. I am also a firm believer that, the digital marketing funnel is not a linear journey from awareness to consideration to conversion anymore. Because of, the immense information at disposal now, the funnel is now custom, non-linear path, which changes from one customer to another, right? The conscious choice of a consumer on any social media platform is never to seek information on a product or a service they're keen on buying. So thus, what we end up doing generally is a combination of organic posts plus paid ads focused towards increasing brand awareness, building brand engagement, creating recall, retargeting customers, already in consideration phase. It works naturally on, most of the social media platforms. So typically in our case as a co-working brand, what works best for later stages of the funnel are, customer reviews and client testimonials that help us move the needle in our favor.
Right. Sumit, thank you for elaborating on the content, because that's a nice and natural segue into the next question.
Hi, David. I just want.
Sorry, Jayant. Go ahead.
That's fine. So I agree. So ORM is very, very key. So when you as an established brand, you having an established page when you are promoting now. So ORM, yes. If you are not answering the queries of the people on the page, and the page which is there for in some time, on the case of like us, so we are established player now, and the people expect to be reverted, and reverted very, very quickly. As soon the post has been posted, the query, so that has been answered. So if you are answering them well, it's very difficult to answer them all, but if you're answering them well, your things are even you're taking the things to a CRM level also, and you are getting it sorted, their challenges, their problems. It really helps well. But when we talk about how this funnel helps, to how you create awareness, एक घर की जरूरत है, आप एक opportunity create करके बता रहे, this thing is going to get available, right? So that storytelling, that content, that kahani is very, very important. So you're creating that opportunity, you are giving that product, and that product's credibility, then brand's credibility, that should be going hand in hand. And how well you are using these various platforms which are available in the social media platform is very, very important.
Thank you, Jen. You also talked about different kinds of content. And I like the fact that both Bharat and Jayant have focused on responses to consumer comments being a very important aspect of the content we put out there, because that's what helps us build credibility and trust in the way we deal with negative comments, the way we deal with positive comments. All of that adds to who we are as a company or brand. So, and I don't think we've looked at ORM and responding to comments as content, but from a consumer's point of view, that is more content he's consuming, right? So it becomes a very important aspect of the whole thing.
The ratio should be more. So the more you will engage in a positive manner,
correct,
that is going to help you.
Yeah. And it's going to build the trust in the brand that they are willing to engage and have a discussion.
Yes.
Okay, so that also helps in providing a natural segue into the last question, and we don't have too much time for it. Can you give examples of the kind of content that has worked very well for you? It could be from awareness or from consideration. So we could start with Bharat.
Nothing comes to my mind immediately, but yes, I've always looked at anything which is human in nature, anything which talks about the experience, anything where engagement is there, anything which is response in time. All these factors are equally important, and there are day-to-days, every day's thing. It's not some large examples, but it's day-to-day, every day's activity.
Thank you, Bharat. I think we touched upon a number of things we've discussed through the time that we've had together.
Yeah.
We've talked about the human element. We've talked about testimonial. We've talked about willingness to engage, and we've talked about timely engagement. And Bharat has touched upon all those.
One more thing I want to add is.
Would like to go next.
One thing I want to add before that is. Not only that, I think so, as we might be experts in our real estate domain, there are social media experts also. And somewhere down the line, I don't know why sometimes we vary taking their help. And I think so, it is important and critical now for real estate companies to start taking external social media helps, social media expert helps.
Yeah.
That I think so will help.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So, who would like to go next?
So
yeah, I think I can talk about. Yeah, Jayant, you want to go?
Yeah, Poonam, please.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, of course, all of us know that videos are working really well, but what we are realizing is that UGC and especially the authenticity in the UGC content is very likable today. The whole format of, creating content, which was earlier an art and copy who would create a content for a real estate brand, is completely become disruptive. We are now thinking and doing building videos and views, which is like all kinds of testimonials to all kind of experiences, into multiple formats of videos, which are like 6 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, 1 minute, 3 to 4 minutes, because when you want to get into, you are now interested in the property and now you want to know more about it, you want to go to another channel where you want to view everything about that property. So what was earlier one post has become like at least 15 posts on one particular topic, on one particular project, and it's really helping. People are making, maybe they are going for a site visit, but they're making almost all informed decisions in the digital space. And I think that's what a social or a digital agency can help build businesses today. And that's what is working for us.
Yeah. Thank you, Poonam. You kind of played into the question that I asked, what kind of content have you seen working well for you? And today, I think what is really important is building that deep content for every stage of the journey and search engine optimizing it, because they are making very informed choices. Thank you. Thank you for that. Who'd like to make a comment? Jayant?
Hi. Yeah. So content is definitely going to be very, very key as far as social media is concerned. And what kind of is content? Content is, as per me, which worked for us is very well, is very simple lines, straight lines, which is getting connected to the consumer or whosoever is consuming the material. What we are having aspiring flat owners. If we able to touch their pulse well, simple lines, for example, the simple lines which are having for any real estate company, those lines we are using, like अपना घर तो अपना ही होता है, हर परिवार एक घर, किराए से आजादी. So we are having a lot of content around these lines. So new lines, we have created life at Signature Global, what kind of life we are offering to people, and we are creating content as per the platforms, whether it's a reel, whether it's a post, whether it's a static post, whether it's a 6-second video, whether it's a very long secondary video, entire story, what kind of quality you are maintaining, what kind of certification you are giving. So if your content as well, which is available on a brand perspective over social media, it helps whenever you are doing any product promotion, any product you are coming with a launching, then you are having those benefits around your product. It really helps very well.
Thank you very much, Jen. So Poonam talked about, even at a product level, having more and more content and information to be able to make an informed choice. And you've covered content from a brand point of view, leading on to product. So that works very well. Thank you. Sairam, would you like to go next?
I think if you look at the choice of content, it's to do with two things. One, is it a top of the funnel or bottom of the funnel? Basis that the choice of content and the format in which the content is delivered changes, right? Like, for example, like the way Poonam was mentioning, typically videos work very well from a top of the funnel kind of experience because it's more interactive. It's more a lean back kind of thing. You can relax and sort of look at that kind of thing. Vis-a-vis when the consumer is in an active stage where, you know, either the consumer is searching or reading reviews or looking at information related to multiple aspects around buying a house, in that kind of, it needs to be very short and crisp kind of thing, which will enable a very, very sharp call to action led kind of thing. And today what has happened is because of this entire audience and data and signals kind of things which are available, let's say if there is somebody who's searching for amenities, then you can have a communication which is very, very sharp related to amenities, like X property has 15 amenities, click here to know more equivalent kind of thing. I think that ability to, I spoke about relevancy in the beginning, right? That ability to slice and dice and make it far more personalized, if I may use that word. The personalized kind of communication basis what the consumer is looking at irrespective of whichever part of the funnel he's in, is more likely to, you know, drive the business outcome for the brand.
Absolutely. Tailoring the content based on which stage of the funnel they're in and with what intent they've come. So that's perfect, Sairam. Sumit, would you like to comment?
See, as advertisers, we read people are spending about, X amount of time on some platform and we get excited, start posting, replicating content without considering that these people are spending mere seconds on what to say. I think, any content that make those X second worth their time, is the kind of content we do. How? By just creating a reaction. It could be a emotional tug, desire, quick laugh through a meme, or adding to their knowledge. Because on social, as Sairam mentioned in the initial part, the competition is not other real estate companies for us. It's all other brands, content creators, including those 19-year-olds making dance reels. So the best content packs which have worked for us as a brand, because we were just building the sector as well. The sector was coming up as a whole. It would be a mix of practical, the useful how-tos, the industry updates, the market understandings, and a mix of some kind of desirable, the lifestyle upgrade, influencer engagement, real stories of real people. So these are the things which have, worked well, the concise messaging, appealing visuals, and the right targeting. If we keep it that way, then we are able to, consistently throw our message to the viewers.
Thanks. Thank you, Sumit. I think you've touched upon, again, a very important aspect of social media, in that it is vital for us to reward the consumer in some way in terms of the content we provide. And the reward can be, I'm not talking about monetary or financial or an incentive in that sense, but exactly what you said, right? It could be humor, it could be something that's thought-provoking, it could be adding to their perspective, adding to their knowledge, challenging them in some way. It could be multiple things, something which touches them deeply. The reward is what they find the reason why they will consume that content. And the reward is why they'll engage with it. And if the reward is truly great, they'll own it. And that's when they share it, and it goes viral. So I'm glad you brought that up, because when we talk about content, it's vital that we understand the process which actually captivates the viewer to be able to engage with us as a brand. And so when we start out with our marketing objectives, when we distill what kind of communications we want, the objective should be, of course, the overarching intent, but in the content form and in the content storytelling, how well can we reward the viewer in some way becomes a key aspect of it. In many ways, this last question has really been a kind of a conclusion to our panel discussion, because content is at the heart of social media and the quality of that content. And I think some of the key things that have come out of this discussion has been that varying the content depending on where we are in the funnel, doing good storytelling, having real people talk about real things, simple lines that engage that the consumer can relate to, good response in terms of problems when they crop up. And it can also be if somebody says something very positive, the way we respond can be equally powerful. And I think if you follow Anand Mahindra on Twitter, you can see how masterfully that is done. So he kind of amplifies everything. If it's negative, he solves it. If it's good, he amplifies it. So it's a great way of doing things. One example I'll give you of this positive twist is somebody had tweeted at Anand Mahindra saying that just returned from South Africa. It's great to see the XUV 500 on South African roads. And he responds, thank you so much. Not just South Africa, we're in 40 other countries. Building the brand, building the credibility, building trust. I think it was a wonderful thing. So this brings us to the end of this panel discussion. We are very nearly at the 1 hour mark. So thank you, panelists. I think you all provided some very deep insights. Now, social media is not a very easy topic to talk about because of sheer variety, right? It's about society, which is on digital. It's about human insight and what is going on there. But I think you unpacked it very, very beautifully and provided all the insights that are necessary for the audience to understand how it works. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much.
Over to you.
Thank you.
It was indeed a very interesting panel. We have a lot of questions, but we'll be able to take a few only. So one of the questions is that social media is a very crowded space, cluttered space. How do you remain competitive in this space? So David, starting from you, maybe 1 or 2 ways, how do you stay competitive in this space, the social media space?
Yeah, I think to begin with, it is not about competing with anybody. It's about meeting your business objective. So if we are clear on what we want to achieve, who the people are that we are talking to, and what we want to say to them, it'll be relevant. And we'll promote it to those people. So you're not competing with anybody. You are getting across what is relevant to those people and what they're actually looking for. And then reward them in some way in how you present it to them, and they will engage.
Okay, so focus on your target audience and then look at rewarding them through your content and through your processes. Saira, what do you have to say? How do you stay relevant, or how do you attract audience or stay competitive, as the question is on social media?
I think Sumit very well summarized that actually. It's about finding that, imagine if brand has a certain thing that they want and consumer has a certain thing. If both were to be like two concentric circles, there is a sweet spot of what the consumer wants and what the brand wants. It's about finding that spot and creating that content which is able to create value to the consumer, but not losing focus of the brand. I think that's obviously the spot that every marketer wants to be. It's not easy, but a lot of people are already doing it, and there are enough and more examples which can inspire and be used as guidelines.
Right. Not easy to find that sweet spot, but once you get that sweet spot between the two, I think that is how you will be successful on social media. Sumit, Sairam just quoted you what you have mentioned. So what do you want to add to that? How do you, be relevant and be competitive on this very challenging platform?
No, so Sapna, this has already been, so no new thoughts around on that. Just, know your TG very well, and, keep, rewarding the TG as, David mentioned, with the right level of, content, keep evoking the right emotion with them. And as a brand, be true around on things, so that's how, one can just be relevant, because what I see is people are looking at brand also as humans, right? On the other side. So even if you err, it's always good to also own up on certain kind of those mistakes. So that's how, if you have a kind of a human face, people love that aspect and they more relate to you.
Okay, fantastic. So, brands are also human, what Sumit is saying, and own up to your mistakes and focus is something what Sumit is mentioning. Poonam, what do you have to say? How do we go about it in this space, this challenging space?
Honestly, there's not much to say, but yeah, as a social media agency, we are always thinking what's trending today and can we participate with some of them, not all of them, because obviously it has to resonate with your personification of the brand. But yeah, it's something which people are going to watch every day. So the freshness in content, in communication, and building the community has to be there. And if brands who can do that, I think they would definitely resonate with the consumers they are targeting with.
Okay, so freshness in content and staying relevant with times, in sync with times, to create that freshness is in content. That is very important. Bharat, your last words, what do you have to say? How do you stay competitive in this challenging environment? You are on mute.
First is, you can't get away with fancy marketing lines anymore. It is the customer who's going to experience this, and you'll have to improve your experience and the product. Gone are the days where you could get away with a lot of rubbish, which is not possible today. So that's one. Second thing is, yes, you have to be responsive and you have to be quick in your responses. And like already mentioned, you have to be honest with your responses. There are always going to be some drawbacks. There are ways to handle it. You can be diplomatic about it. You can still show them the positive sides of it, and so on and so forth. Let me give you an example. There was a time when from one of the projects, people said there is a symmetry around it. I got the customer, took him to the site and said, look from your floor. Can you see the symmetry? He couldn't. So, there are ways to handle it, but definitely you have to be responsive and quick in responses.
Okay, so honesty and truthfulness, what Bharat is saying, and be quick with, engaging with your the communication. Jayanta, what do you have to add? How do you tackle the social media giant? You're on mute.
So competition is going to be definitely be there, right? So you have to be there. You are required to face all the queries, responses, where we talk about this online reputation management topic. When you are a brand, you are talking to them with a heart-to-heart, getting their queries solved, queries resolved. And besides that, yes, this is a very, very important platform, and this is going to be competitive day by day. And is only content and the kind of content which you are throwing in what kind of platform. So that I think required to be, sizes are definitely there. Sizes are different in all the platforms. So where video is working, whether a static post is working, where your content is working, and maybe a single line is working. So how well you are using those, so which will make you survive in the market.
Okay, so one size does not fit all, and that is how you have to customize your communication as per the platform that you're using. So I think the audience have got the answers from all our experts on the question. We do have a lot of questions, but we will probably take them offline with our speakers. But thank you all for that wonderful conversation. I think a lot of takeaways for us from this conversations. Thanks, David, for that wonderful moderation of this discussion and bringing the best out of all our speakers. Thanks, Sairam, for being here with us. Mrs. Sumit Lakhani, Poonam for being here, Bharat and Jayanta for being part of this conversation and sharing your views and opinions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. On that note, thanks to all our speakers of the day as well for making this very first edition of Realty Plus Indian Digital Excellence Awards Virtual Conclave 2022. So exciting and thought-provoking, some very relevant topics that we discussed today and some very relevant information that we got from our speakers and some valuable takeaways for our audience. So thanks to the awesome audience as well for a lot of questions that they shared with us today. We could not take them up with our speakers because of the limitation of time, but we will surely get you the answers through one of our stories in the magazine very soon. So wish you all good health and well-being, and not to forget, tomorrow 4 p.m. will be the Realty Plus Indian Digital Excellence Awards 2022 presentation. So don't forget to log in on the same link to join in the celebrations and cheer the winners as they sashay down the virtual red carpet. So on that note, before we say goodbye, let me also remind you that along with this, its online webinars, Realty Plus has now started its on-ground events, and our upcoming event will be held shortly in June in the city of Ahmedabad. So we look forward to seeing you all very soon and connecting in person. But till then, thank you, God bless, and goodbye.